Center for Democratic Governance, which is referred to as CDG, is a pro-democracy organization that is working to promote democracy in Liberia, as well as elevating the voice of people who are marginalized. And for the Center for Democratic Governance, we see WADAMOS as the way ahead because our vision aligns with that of the vision and mission of WADAMOS, the West African Democratic Solidarity Network. We are very happy to be a part of this network. We think that this is the beginning to ensure that African countries, especially in the West African region, where we all come from, that this will bring great opportunities to improving the lives of our people.
Je suis Aïssata Bokoum. Je suis membre de l'association Femmes Leadership pour le Développement, AFLED. Je viens du Mali. Dans le cadre du lancement du réseau de solidarité pour la démocratie en Afrique de l'Ouest, WADEMOS, une initiative vraiment très salutaire pour la démocratie dans notre pays, pour la gouvernance, pour l'inclusivité et pour la pleine participation de la société civile pour la stabilité de notre pays. Je lance un appel à tous nos États vraiment de soutenir cette initiative pour que vraiment notre continent, notre Afrique puisse être vraiment stable.
La démocratie en Afrique de l'Ouest est sous l'attaque de pratiques menaçant de renverser les constitutions et les libertés et de réduire des décennies de progrès et de stabilité. En Afrique, nous avons un proverbe qui dit « Si tu vois la maison de ton voisin en feu, il vaut mieux mettre un bidon d'eau près de la tienne. » Pourtant, une personne ne peut puiser autant d'eau. Tout comme ce proverbe africain, ce n'est que par un effort collectif que nous pourrons inverser les menaces qui pèsent sur la démocratie en Afrique de l'Ouest. Et si, en tant qu'organisation de la société civile, nous combinions notre expertise et travaillions en étroite collaboration? Peut-être aurions-nous une meilleure chance d'atténuer les menaces qui pèsent sur notre démocratie. Et c'est pourquoi nous avons formé le réseau ouest-africain de solidarité pour la démocratie, pour unifier la société civile à travers l'Afrique de l'Ouest, afin de faire progresser la démocratie et le constitutionnalisme, et faire respecter les principes d'inclusion et de bonne gouvernance. Ensemble, nous pouvons parvenir à une Afrique de l'Ouest plus démocratique. Rejoignez-nous aujourd'hui. Voir plus sur wademosnetwork.org.
Et comme nous l'avons convenu hier, nous ne sommes pas là seulement pour les ateliers de discussion, de réflexion. Nous sommes là dans les ateliers de travail. Nous voulons travailler parce que nous devons léguer tout ce que nous avons ici à nos enfants de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Cela dit, je vais juste faire un petit rappel de nos tables rondes. Aujourd'hui, nous aurons une table ronde sur les réponses de la CEDEAO au contournement des mandats présidentiels et au changement anticonstitutionnel de gouvernement en Afrique de l'Ouest, déjà. Nous aurons aussi une table ronde sur les menaces contre la paix et la sécurité étatique et régionale en Afrique de l'Ouest. Et finalement, il y aura une table ronde sur l'OSCE et réponses citoyennes au recul démocratique en Afrique de l'Ouest. Pour commencer alors, nous aurions maintenant notre mot de bienvenue. Je vais inviter le directeur exécutif du Forum Cabo-Verdiano de Sociedad Civil Apria à Cabo Verde, Monsieur Dionisio Pereira, qui va venir donner notre mot de bienvenue. Allez-y, Monsieur Pereira.
Muito obrigado. Bom dia a todos. A maioria vai ter de usar o casco para poder ouvir português. Dou um tempinho para poderem colocar. As palavras de boas-vindas já foram dadas pela senhora que me antecedeu, senhora Ndongo, e a animação aqui feita com uma breve apresentação dos pontos-chave daquilo que aconteceu antes de ontem e que também aconteceu ontem. Na verdade, ontem celebramos o nascimento da nossa criança. Estivemos antes de ontem a tratar dos papéis antes do nascimento e ontem nasceu em plena celebração da democracia. Seria interessante que, de facto, pudéssemos registar esta data para anualmente celebrarmos e refletirmos sobre a democracia em todos os nossos países, sendo a jornada oeste-africana do ADEMOS, que deverá federar-nos e deverá conduzir-nos, de facto, para o exercício de melhoria das democracias nos nossos países. Já foi anunciado que hoje nós vamos dar sequência à conferência com 3 mesas redondas, mas eu não gostaria de me limitar só às palavras de boas-vindas que foram aqui já apresentadas. Gostaria de tocar em 2 elementos que me parecem ser, talvez, pai e mãe dos problemas que nos afetam e que talvez, através dos exercícios que serão feitos nas 3 mesas redondas do dia, se possa vir a encontrar alguma resposta. É dia, de facto, de muito trabalho o que se vai ter de fazer nos 3 blocos de momentos, digamos, que aqui chamamos de 3 mesas redondas. No primeiro dia de trabalhos, falou-se e insistentemente na corrupção. Ontem nós celebramos o nascimento e não voltamos muito a esta palavra. Mas por se tratar de mãe dos principais problemas que nos juntam neste espaço, eu gostaria de aqui substituir as palavras de boas-vindas por esta expressão corrupção. E tentar apelar a que reflitamos um bocadinho na ligação que deve existir, certamente, entre a corrupção e a má governação. Este duo deve certamente constituir o casal que deu à luz as crises, o terrorismo, a violência que existe nos nossos espaços. E a minha questão iria na linha seguinte. A primeira, será que um país livre ou com baixíssima taxa de corrupção e muito bem governado tem espaço para o desenvolvimento de atos de terrorismo? Um país bem governado, com quase nula corrupção, necessita de, ou chegará ao ponto de alteração da ordem constitucional e que leva a muitas revoltas? A isto tudo nós poderemos associar uma questão que eu coloquei ao meu colega há pouco, relativamente ao conceito de terrorista. Quem é terrorista? E o que é que leva à emergência de atos de terrorismo? Não serão elementos de desespero por falta de possibilidade de utilização dos instrumentos legalmente estabelecidos? Os fabricantes do terrorista não são os próprios governantes que muitas vezes levam as populações a se organizarem para se revoltarem porque não encontram mecanismos legais para atuação? Eu gostaria aqui de suscitar, já neste arranque, esta reflexão e talvez tentar influenciar os painelistas das 3 mesas redondas que vão se seguir para se pensar um bocadinho nisto. Por que é que eu toco nesta questão de terrorista? E procuro associar a outros elementos de corrupção e de governança? Porque passei a minha adolescência numa zona de guerra, mas era guerra para a libertação, para a obtenção da independência contra o colonialismo português. E os guineenses que se revoltaram, sob a liderança de Amílcar Cabral, na Guiné, eram chamados de terroristas. Hoje são os nossos heróis nacionais. Mas na altura, por que eram terroristas? A mesma questão nós podemos colocar em relação àqueles que nós chamamos hoje de terroristas. Saindo do espaço da CEDEAO, vamos à África Austral e vemos a situação de Moçambique. Quando é que, na zona de Cabo Delgado, os atos terroristas tiveram início? Justamente a seguir à assinatura dos contratos de exploração petrolífera e dos minérios. Quem são terroristas nesses espaços? Aqui há muita matéria para a reflexão. E eu gostaria de apelar aos que vão se seguir depois nos painéis das 3 mesas redondas, que procurem evitar de fazer discursos da praxe. Discursos do tipo daquilo que nós já sabemos. Mas de tentar sair da caixa. Porque só isto pode levar à mudança. E seria importante que reflitamos não só em relação ao papel que nós poderemos e devemos desempenhar enquanto organizações da sociedade civil, mas da nossa capacidade organizativa para a interpelação das nossas autoridades. E não nos deixar levar pelos recursos que muitas vezes colocam à disposição das organizações da sociedade civil para fazermos o nosso trabalho e deixarmos de ser porta-vozes da população em relação às reivindicações necessárias. Portanto, nós estamos hoje no 3º dia de celebração, 3º dia de festa para a democracia, mas 3º dia de muita responsabilidade, porque acredito eu que muitas respostas deverão poder ser encontradas hoje em relação à trajetória que devemos fazer nos próximos tempos. Porque saídos daqui, seguramente que devemos levar na bagagem a nossa carga de compromisso para a mobilização dos nossos pares nos nossos países, na perspectiva de depois paz e o desenvolvimento na nossa sub-região. A festa de ontem contou com muitos parceiros, governantes, parceiros financeiros e técnicos, representantes diplomáticos, representantes de organizações da sociedade civil, todos aplaudindo o nascimento do ADEMOS. É, de facto, algo que merece todo o nosso apreço e devemos celebrar. Mas a celebração deverá vir quando conseguirmos, de facto, criar situação de paz, de estabilidade, de bem-estar para todos, não de bem-estar para alguns. É o bem-estar de alguns em detrimento do mal-estar da maioria que leva à crise, que leva ao terrorismo, que leva a situações de reação das pessoas. Pensemos nisso. A todos os que aqui se encontram e são resistentes do primeiro, segundo e terceiro dias, as nossas felicitações e que haja energia suficiente para o trabalho que nós vamos ter durante a jornada de hoje. Os que se juntam a nós hoje, no último dia, sejam bem-vindos. E para a jornada de hoje, auguro muitos sucessos e muito trabalho, mas, se possível, fora da caixa. Não repetindo os discursos que nós já conhecemos. Que tragam questões novas, que tragam propostas novas, ousadas, não que agradam, mas que levam à reflexão, porque é por aí que nós podemos fazer com que as coisas mudem. Não lhe vou chamar ainda, porque preciso insistir na corrupção, má governação. Estes dois elementos é que nos estão a criar problemas. E para nós conseguirmos dar um bom contributo na questão da implementação da visão 2050, no alinhamento da visão 2020, que foi um fracasso da CEDEAO, porque não se conseguiu transformar CEDEAO de Estados em CEDEAO dos povos. Vamos a ver se nós poderemos, de facto, atirar e puxar os nossos dirigentes para que, com a nossa contribuição, possamos verdadeiramente converter a CEDEAO de Estados, de clube e sindicato de presidentes, em CEDEAO de povos. E, conseguindo isso, fazer com que, de facto, contribuamos para a realização da África que queremos. A África que queremos é exatamente a expressão que representa a Agenda 2063 da União Africana, a qual nós devemos estar associados. Um bom trabalho a todos. Por favor, pensemos fora da caixa. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Dionisio Pereira, for those really welcoming and all-inclusive remarks. He highlighted a summary of yesterday's deliberations and the launch of our baby. And then he also used the past and the present struggles of the Cape Verdean people to ginger us into today's discussions, to call on us to literally find working strategies that move us forward. And also, because it's Democracy Month, I would say, he highlighted the need for civic responsibility, civic duty, which means that all of us are in the office of the citizen. And like I was taught in my advocacy life, the office of the citizen is the highest office of any land. Merci et merci encore, Monsieur Dionisio Pereira. So we're going to move on really quickly to our first panel. As we're continuing this really great conference on countering threats to democracy in West Africa, our first panel for today is ECOWAS responses to presidential term limit evasions and unconstitutional changes of government in West Africa. Yesterday, Prof from Afrobarometer was saying this is a topic that is really dear to his heart. So we want to see those strategies on countering presidential term limits come come out today. Our main speaker is Dr. Aderemi Ajibewa, who is the ECOWAS Director of Political Affairs. He's not here, but he might join us. But we have a panel of experts who are really going to bring this to life. Professor Kwesi Prempeh, the Executive Director of the CDD Ghana, please come up, sir. Is going to help us drive this as well. Professor David Dossé, the activist and head of social movement Front Citoyen Togo Debout, is going to join us from online. So we're going to really listen keenly as technology brings his perspective to life. We also have the great Mrs. Marcella Samba Cissé, who is the Executive Director of the National Election Watch in Sierra Leone. And to moderate this discussion for today, this morning, is Dr. Kojo Asante, the Director of Advocacy and Policy Engagement for CDD Ghana. Come up, sir. And, you know, we're going to have, after their discussions and their insights, we're going to have a plenary. So we can all share our thoughts, especially from our different countries, on how the dynamic strategies can lead us into implementation and methodologies and tactics that bring the change that we want to see. Over to you, Dr. Professor Kwesi Prempeh. Should I start with you or start with, okay. Okay, Dr. Kojo.
Thank you very much. And good morning to everybody. We've had to make some adjustments to this panel. First, we had to move the panel forward because it was coming after the panel on the security. But some of our panelists on the security were going to be delayed. And then also, Dr. Aderemi was not going to be able to be here to join our panel, even though he shared his notes with me, and he was trying to get a replacement to join. But I think, I mean, this is a subject matter that I know a lot of you already have a lot of expertise, so I don't have a problem with getting enough resources and insights when we get to the plenary. Professor, Professor Dossé from Togo, also because of the change, is actually hard pressed for time. So I'll make a quick introduction, and I would like him to make his initial comments and maybe even his final comments, just in case he has to leave during our conversation. The scope of our task today are twofold. One, we want to discuss the unsuccessful attempts to endorse or to accept or to make as a standard the limitations on presidential term limits in the sub-region. I think in 2014, 2015, there was an attempt for ECOWAS to make and adopt this as a standard across the sub-region. It failed. Then recently, on the back of the spate of coups, this matter was again part of the reforms that were proposed by ECOWAS. Again, so far, it looks like it has failed or is failing. The second part of it is to look at how ECOWAS has been dealing with the unconstitutional change of government in Mali and in Guinea and in Burkina Faso, and to ask ourselves, you know, are these strategies going to work? Are they going to return these countries back to democracy? So those are the two things that we want to deal with. short time that we have. So just a quick context. You will all recall that in May, there was a coup d'etat in Mali. And then in September, we had a coup d'etat in Guinea. And that was in 2021. So we had two coup d'etats and then in January, we had a coup d'etat in Burkina Faso. On the back of the coup d'etat in Mali, there was I think an extraordinary session of the heads of states of ECOWAS to deliberate on what action to take. And I think that led to an immediate suspension of Guinea. 2 weeks later, there was another summit to discuss Guinea and Mali and other countries. And as part of the decisions that were taken at that summit, the ECOWAS heads of state instructed the Commission to look at the protocol, supplementary protocol on democracy, good governance, and elections to assess whether there are some reforms that could be taken. And one of those reforms was going to be standardizing presidential term limits, because that was identified as one of the key reasons or the key triggers for these unconstitutional changes in government. Then later on, after waiting for a couple of months, everybody was expectant that something was going to emerge from these discussions. By end of December, when the heads of states met again, actually there was no communication as to what has happened to that instruction to the Commission. And the informal communication was that Senegal and Togo had basically objected to the proposal, and therefore, since the heads of states were voting by consensus, that particular proposal had been defeated. But that was not even communicated formally to the citizens of ECOWAS and all of the people who were looking forward to this discussion. So that's where we are, and we want to be able to interrogate, those questions. And then, secondly, on the issue of the responses, we know ECOWAS has used suspensions, travel bans. There has been blockades, almost economic blockades, closure of borders, different kinds of tactics, and insistence on zero tolerance, and therefore a return back to democracy. We have to look at those sanctions because our friend from Burkina Faso, for example, yesterday was very clear that the citizens think that some of these responses are a direct attack on them, and that has created a resentment against ECOWAS. So whilst ECOWAS is trying to restore democracy using these kinds of tools, citizens are pushing back and say, rather you are making us feel closer to our military juntas. So there's some sort of a tension there that has to be resolved. So we want to also kind of interrogate that and ask ourselves, what then is the prospect for returning these countries back to democracy with all these complexities that are involved? So my panelists here, I think they've been introduced already. Professor Prempeh, and then Madam Marcella Samba, and Professor Dossey. But I want to start with Professor Dossey, who is online. I think the question on presidential term limits is, we have discussed at length all the challenges we have on the continent. Why is presidential term limits so important? Is it really the silver bullet that is going to really make a difference as we look to standardizing and building a culture of democracy? Why is it so critical to the democracy project? Professor Dossey, can you hear us?
Bonjour à tous. Oui, je vous suis, je vous entends. Et je voudrais remercier
I don't know. Can you unmute? We can't hear you.
Mon micro est ouvert. Vous m'entendez? Vous m'entendez? Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Okay. All right.
Let's okay. Professor Dossey, can you hear us?
Well, I think part of the challenge when it comes to term limits, the subject of term limits, is that those who oppose term limits are often able to situate their argument within democracy itself, right? And so at least at the level of theory, they'll tell you, but what if the people still want to keep this president, right? Why must you handicap an electorate that continues to have faith and confidence in a particular leader by telling them how many times they may or may not elect that leader? And that seems to be a very clever argument, right? Because if we are making an argument about democracy, it's about the people's choice. It's about the electorate having a preference and expressing that preference through an election. And then here we are saying, but you may not elect a particular leader more than 2 times. And they say, well, but why not? How democratic is that, to tell the people that they may not elect a leader more than a certain number of times? So I think at the level of theory, it's a really interesting argument. And I think that the best response to it may not be a theoretical argument, it's an empirical argument, right? That when you look, at least even within Africa, when you look at those countries where democracy appears, I always have difficulty addressing that question theoretically. So I always lean back on the evidence empirically and say, well, it has at least allowed us to make these transitions, very difficult transitions, very difficult leadership changes and successions that would not have happened had we not made term limits part of the democratic toolkit. And then when you look at those countries that remain problematic, where political uncertainty is still a problem, where elections continue to be very difficult things, it's often term limits are not part of the equation, or where there are attempts to remove term limits. So given our experience, I think that it is fair to say that within the African context, without term limits, transitions to democracy would continue to be highly problematic. And that term limits have at least allowed us the opportunity to make peaceful transitions, to do away with one-man rule, strongman rule, and the like. And I think the simple prospect of knowing that you are going to leave office, I think also has the potential to discipline how power is used during the tenure of a president. Because then you know that you may be held accountable post-regime, and it's that consciousness that somebody else would come after you. It could be your own chosen successor, actually, and still, hold you accountable. So I do think that the case for term limits, at least in the African context, is a strong one. But I still think we must wrestle with the theoretical question that those who support abolishing term limits continue to pose to us, which is that, what is your democratic response to my question? That in imposing term limits, you are limiting my democratic choices and my freedom. I think at some point, some of you political scientists and democracy theorists must come up with a response to that within democracy theory. But for me, the practice and the empirical evidence tells me that it's a good idea.
Yeah. All right, thank you. I hope Professor Dose can hear us now, because I understand he would have to leave. So
can you hear me? Vous m'entendez?
Prof,
Oui, bonjour.
we still can't hear you.
Okay. Bonjour tout le monde.
Yes, hello. Yes, hello. Can you? Still can't hear him. All right. Sela. A question about, why is this important? And I think the intervention of Prof. Prempeh on the empirical side, because I asked one of my colleagues to look at the provisions in most of the constitutions of our West African countries, and it's very clear. Almost every country has term limits. So, from an empirical side, there's already the citizens themselves have endorsed, this principle, and from Dr. Dulani's presentation yesterday, it's also very clear that even from a continental picture, there is overwhelming support for term limits. But as Prof. Prempeh is saying, if President Museveni, who has done away with term limits, make the argument that, well, if my people want me to stay till I die, what is wrong with it? At least it happens in the UK and in Germany. Unless you retire, of course. But so why for you, and from your experience, why is that important?
So from your question, Kojo, thank you very much. From your question, two issues came to the fore, right? There's widespread acceptance by citizens. Equally so, ECOWAS failed to institute term limits. Two issues.
We are very happy to be a part of this network. We think that this is the beginning to ensure that African countries, especially in the West African region, where we all come from, that this will bring great opportunities to improving the lives of our people.
A little bit. You see, the whole question of democracy in the 1990s, when it engulfed much of Africa and West Africa.
Dans le cadre du lancement du réseau de solidarité pour la démocratie,
We were tired of oppressive leaders who violate our rights with reckless abandon. We said that we want
solidaritaire pour la démocratie dans notre pays, pour la gouvernance, pour l'inclusion.
Systems of governance that keep us at bay. And with the reintroduction of democracy, unfortunately, the same ugly tendencies begin to surface again. So what we saw was the spread of illiberal democracy. So in various contexts within the sub-region, we saw very diminished forms, right? Democracy sitting with practices that are otherwise in contravention to the principles of democratic standard. And so, if rights are being violated, corruption is in the increase, citizens do not benefit from the dividend of democracy, in my opinion, the leaders only want to perfect the game, and term limit is the end point. So if I can sit without being held accountable, if I can flourish with corruption, right? If rights of citizens are being violated, the basis and standard of democracy are being violated, why not, entrench myself with more time, as it is called in our context? More time, yes. Why can't I entrench more time? Why can't I do third term? Or why can't I call for a limitless time? So it's an extension of the undemocratic practices that we have otherwise seen.
And we do not have patterns to checkmate them, even as civil society and the media. So that's my perspective of why the third term, more time, or term limits has become a critical discussion. Because we
now have a democratic system that would be characterized by routine elections. After elections, then the abuse continues. And that's why I think it's very important that even as we interrogate this issue, we situate it within the realities of the practices that are happening currently, so that we understand that it is an extension, if not
the end point of the undemocratic tendencies that we are seeing in the region.
I think that this is almost an endorsement. I think at least the argument the two of you are making is that this is more of an empirical incentive or empirical rationale for almost like you have to look at your context and make a choice on these matters. Let's try for another time if we can get Prof on the line.
Hello.
He has made the effort. Hello, Prof.
Yes, I can hear you. You're speaking to me. I can hear you.
Professor Dorsey?
Yeah, I can hear you. Je vous entends.
Hello?
Oui, je vous entends. Oui. Je vous entends.
Can you hear us? But I can't hear you. I don't know what's going on.
Je vous entends.
Hearing all the conversation. It's all right. Okay. Thank you. All right. So I want to come back to the conversation. So as I was stating, all these countries have term limits. The way in which we have seen these term limits or these limitations being corrupted or challenged is also fascinating. So in most cases, you are not necessarily seeing an attempt to remove those term limits, right? In a lot of the cases we've seen, for example, in Guinea or in Togo or in Ivory Coast, is an attempt to reinterpret the operation of the term limit, often after a constitutional review. So in the Guinea case, if a term is limited, or even the Senegal case, for instance, where it was 7 years, and there's a constitutional review that limits it to 5 years, and then the incumbent presidents interpret that to mean that basically you cannot act retrospectively. So my term begins from the current term, and therefore I'll have another term to actually stay in office. In the Guinea case, a similar situation. In the Ivory Coast case, it's a little bit more complex than that. But what the point I was trying to make is that a lot of the effort it's not necessarily to remove the term limit. I think in Togo that was the focus. But in other places, it's to say, actually, even though this is my second term, I'm treating this as my first term because there's been a constitutional change. And now I want another term. Now, whether or not that person then will then make another different case after the second term is ending, is another. So, given those types of dynamics, why do you also think that it's been very difficult for ECOWAS to get, leaders to adopt, those standards? Because it is already in their constitutions, so there shouldn't be a problem with term limits. And we haven't, I don't know, maybe some of you are here who actually saw the exact text of the proposal that was given to the heads of states. But if the heads of states, it was just to say, term limits, we are adopting term limits as a region-wide proposal, I don't see the problem because it would already be in their constitutions. Or was he saying something more that will make any of them say, no, this is not acceptable? Because if you are Senegal, why would you be objecting when already it is in your own constitution that your limits, your presidential terms are limited? So that's the question. The paradox for me is why we haven't managed to adopt something that almost in every country is already part of their legal text. And Prof, if you will take care.
No, I think the answer probably lies in how the term limit provisions got into the constitutions. And of course, how those term limits can constitutionally be changed, right? So for many of these countries, term limits really come in as part of negotiating the transition from a particular long-serving incumbent who is now facing democratic protests, democratic demands for democratization, and as part of the negotiation, term limits is put on the table, is offered, oftentimes by the incumbent. But then because the incumbent is the person who, during whose tenure the institution, the whole tactic has been then after the fact to say, oh, but it doesn't, because I'm already in power, let us count this constitutional provision prospectively. That's actually part of the challenge in the Gambia, which is about the only country that didn't have a term limit provision. And the attempt to introduce one during the tenure of a particular president. And he's saying, look, don't count my term that has passed. I agree to 2 term limits as long as it doesn't include the term that I've just concluded. Because otherwise, then you are disfavoring me. And I think in many of the Francophone countries where it's been fairly easy to do that, and as opposed to say the Ghanas and the others where these didn't come, our constitutional changes were a little bit more, Rollins was the incumbent, fine, while we did it, but there was a clear starting point.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
There was no formal regime discontinuity. Clearly, there's a cutoff point, and then we start. So then, yes, he benefits from 2 terms, but there was a clear understanding that those 2 terms, the clock count only during the democratic era. But where you don't do that, and there is this continuity, even during the term limit.
What did you say, please?
At some point, you can't say term limit, but of course you cannot apply it effectively, so you must start counting it again. And I think that that tactic is possible depending on how the constitutional language is drafted. So maybe we have just allowed incumbents to play a certain game with constitutional
Hello?
drafting.
Hello?
Where I think
Hello?
constitutional drafting is
Hello?
clear.
Yes, Prof. Just a moment, please.
Before we had these term limit provisions, we knew that Rawlings had enjoyed a certain number of years. It was very clear that the Constitution was going to start time T, not counting the past, and we would go forward like that. Where there is that lack of clarity, and we allow the Constitution to just run into changes without clearly stating in the Constitution as to when these changes are going to apply, it's possible to do that. And I think it's been more so in the Francophone context than not. I want to make one point in reaction to Marcella's point, which is really quite interesting. Is that she talks, and that is very true,
Hello?
that notwithstanding term limits, right? Some of the
Hello?
same
Hello?
electoral practices
Hello?
Hello?
we experienced under leaders without term limits
Hello?
Hello?
continue
Hello?
to be experienced, right? Now, that is a very important
Hello?
part of our conversation because there's people who say, well, let's tell me that if with term limits, we are having the same kinds of
Hello?
practices, sometimes even the same kinds of authoritarian tendencies with term-limited leaders as with leaders without term limits. Then what's the point of term limits? And I think it's an important pushback. And I've heard that argument also from those who oppose term limits. Now, it doesn't change anything. The leaders are still authoritarian even though they have 2 terms. During those 2 terms, they are still doing bad things. But I think that happens again because of how we did our term limits. You know, we did term limits as part of constitutional reform to introduce democracy. But I think we missed something. That for most of us, the constitutional changes that brought term limits were changes that I would say, you know, if you look at the Constitution as what we call the rules of the game, you can break up the rules of the game into 2. There are rules of entry and rules of exit. That's how you enter the game of politics, how you become a president, and how you leave. And then there are the rules of play. When you become president, how do you exercise power? I think in our democratization processes,
Hello?
we have focused a lot more
Hello?
on rules of entry
Hello?
and exit.
Yeah, hello?
Hello?
Do we
Hello? Allô? Allô? Vous m'entendez?
politics competitive? How do we go away from one party state to
Vous
more
m'entendez? Vous m'entendez? C'est bon?
We have focused a whole lot more on getting people into power and getting them out. But I do not think that we have done a very good job in our constitutional reform processes of dealing with the question of how power is exercised once a person gets into office. So that some of the old practices have carried into the present era. And so you see that the person comes to office, basically 2 terms, but 2 terms they are still quite authoritarian. And we experience this same culture, even in Ghana. Right? Now, still, I think, even notwithstanding that, I think the argument for term limits is still very much a good one, which is that at least it allows for the opportunity for leadership renewal. Right? And leadership renewal creates the prospect that some of this will change.
Yeah, some accountability.
Right? So even if term limits have not done away with bad and undemocratic practices, my answer to that is that it is because term limits alone will not do that. You need more fundamental, constitutional, and even statutory restructuring for that to happen. Because remember that when we did these new constitutions, we didn't change a lot of old laws. A lot of the old laws from the authoritarian era are still valid today from the 60s. Even in Ghana, you look into our laws, most of our laws come from the 60s and military regime era. And so bureaucrats and others who enforce those laws are used to those laws being the ones that guide their behavior. And when you just change the constitution, but you carry a whole lot of administrative regime, that is really where the laws are implemented, and you don't touch them, you are bound to have these same kinds of like a paradox, where you have changed the constitution, but the practices haven't changed. You have term limited the president, but the president is still authoritarian. So I think we must be able to identify where the problems are coming from and not blame and not say that because it's not working, term limits are not good.
That's right. All right. No, so I mean I think it's an issue that I want to pursue going forward, because I asked that question about how important are term limits, but also whether term, in essence, then you are saying term limits are not enough, because if the whole agenda is to build a culture of democracy and, so that democracy can deliver its dividends, then term limits, standard adoption and all of that is not enough. One of the issues that you've always raised over the years is that we have successfully democratized access to power, but not democratized power itself. And I think that when we come to term limits, it means that even the access to power is being challenged or contested. Again, we thought we had solved that problem, which has probably kept a lot of countries stable, but even that is coming back, maybe because we have not democratized power itself. Let me come back to Professor Dorsey. If finally, if you would be able to speak so that we can hear your sweet voice.
Okay. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Good morning.
Good. So there's been a question I asked you. We have kind of moved forward. So let me just take your comments generally on all of the things that you have heard. Thank you.
Okay. Merci beaucoup. Alors, très rapidement, je voudrais dire que la démocratie, c'est effectivement un contenu divers et varié, mais c'est aussi un processus qui nécessite qu'on puisse régler étape par étape un certain nombre de difficultés que nous avons pour consolider la démocratie dans sa globalité. Et c'est ainsi que si on prend un des éléments constitutifs de ce concept de démocratie, qui est la limitation du nombre de mandats, qui permet justement une alternance au pouvoir, qui permet une dévolution démocratique du pouvoir,
helps us to achieve
un élément capital. Pourquoi? Aujourd'hui, beaucoup de chefs d'État, beaucoup de régimes, surtout les régimes autoritaires, ont mis en place ce que nous appelons une nouvelle ingénierie de coups d'État. Ce ne sont pas forcément des coups d'État militaires, comme on l'a vu récemment dans certains pays, mais ce sont des changements constitutionnels, et je pense qu'il y a eu suffisamment d'exemples qui ont été donnés déjà ce matin et hier, donc des changements constitutionnels qui sont intempestifs. Ce sont également des élections qui sont totalement viciées, des processus électoraux qui sont totalement viciés, avec tout simplement pour objectif de permettre la captation définitive du pouvoir politique. Je m'explique, vous avez des chefs d'État qui sont au pouvoir, qui font un mandat, qui font 2 mandats, et qui se disent, je n'ai pas envie de... Commence, vous avez donné suffisamment d'exemples, je ne vais pas revenir dessus. Je dis que c'est une nouvelle république qui commence et donc je remets le compteur à zéro et ça me permet ainsi de renouveler indéfiniment mes mandats. Et face à cette nouvelle ingénierie des coups d'État, on a le sentiment que les institutions comme la CEDEAO, l'Union africaine, ces institutions sont totalement impuissantes. Et donc quand je vois la question, quelle est la réponse de ces institutions face à cette nouvelle situation que nous connaissons en Afrique, je dirais que la réponse, elle est inefficace, elle est inexistante, même s'il y a eu des tentatives. En 2015, on a voulu réformer et renforcer justement le protocole additionnel de la CEDEAO avec une réforme imposant au niveau régional la limitation du nombre de mandats présidentiels. Mon pays, le Togo, s'est opposé, la Gambie s'était également opposée. En 2022, la CEDEAO essaie encore une fois d'imposer cette réforme qui pour nous est capitale. Cette réforme répond à la volonté des populations dans leur majorité, puisqu'il y a eu suffisamment de sondages qui ont démontré que plus de 7 Africains sur 10 sont pour la limitation du nombre de mandats, des sondages qui ont démontré que plus de 7 Africains sur 10 veulent la démocratie, même si parfois on voit des populations applaudir lorsqu'il y a des coups d'État militaires qui viennent faire tomber un régime impopulaire, comme cela s'est vu en Guinée. Voilà donc la CEDEAO qui essaie de répondre aux sollicitations des populations en amenant cette réforme salutaire pour consolider la démocratie. Et on a 2 pays ou 3 pays qui de temps en temps s'opposent. Et c'est là où je pense qu'il va falloir réfléchir à comment est-ce qu'on peut empêcher, je ne vais même pas dire des pays, mais des régimes de prendre en otage toute la communauté de la région. À partir de là, qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Nous pensons que la société civile doit davantage s'organiser. Nous devons être une vraie force solidaire, une vraie force organisationnelle afin d'apporter une réponse adéquate. Et je salue ce qui est en train d'être fait par Vademos et j'annonce aussi que nous sommes aujourd'hui au Sénégal, nous sommes un certain nombre d'organisations de la société civile. On s'est mis ensemble avec un groupe d'artistes engagés, parmi lesquels Mewe, pour ceux qui le connaissent, un célèbre chanteur ivoirien, parmi lesquels Didier Awadi, un chanteur sénégalais très engagé. Et demain, nous voulons organiser un concert pour lancer officiellement la campagne citoyenne pour la limitation du nombre de mandats présidentiels. Donc, la société civile essaie de s'organiser, mais ne cloisonnons pas nos initiatives. Faisons en sorte que toutes ces initiatives puissent se coaliser et ainsi renforcer les énergies vraiment qui pourront émaner de chacune de ces initiatives. Donc, la société civile doit s'organiser. Et l'autre chose, c'est qu'il va falloir qu'on trouve une solution définitive. Comment empêcher 3 régimes ou 2 régimes de prendre en otage l'ensemble de la population de la communauté et empêcher les réformes qui sont salutaires.
Put a stop to reforms that are making the problem worse. So we need to organize missions, go to Abuja, go to different countries. We also need to establish a balance.
Voilà donc ce que je pourrais dire très rapidement meubler un peu les discussions et je vais vraiment vous prier de m'excuser puisque par rapport à cette activité que j'ai annoncée en 20 minutes, il va falloir que je Merci de m'avoir écouté. Merci. D'accord. OK.
We will be living in societies that we call democracy, but in real essence of the word, the principles are absent and it is not there. So one of the things I also want to mention and to follow up from Prof's point, you know, once you have a system of governance and leaders whose vision is for the next election and to retain themselves in power, the question of democracy and its practice becomes secondary. So you see, one of the things that's happening is that there is deliberate effort to touch the Constitution. And so when we are saying that it's already in the Constitution, the appetite to review Constitution is not in the interest of citizens. The appetite is to review Constitution to enhance their retention in power. So for example, I come from a post-conflict society. Sierra Leone experienced civil conflict for 11 years, and the transition parameters were very clear, what we should do for peace and reconciliation. And the review of the Constitution was critical to that progress and national cohesion we are talking about. It's 22 years down the line, that has not been done. The Constitution has not been done. The practice is that different successive, interestingly, we have changed. There's been a two-turnover. We've changed from one political party to the other. And successive governments have not seen the need to review the Constitution as per the peace accord and in the interest of the citizen. So what they have done is to unpick, do the review piecemeal. And it's those things that can entrench them in power and those things that can benefit them. But the real issues that touch on the lives of citizens, the real issues that put our democracy at bay, which, for example, is the excessive power of the executive, which we think we want to curtail in the Constitution, they are not interested to touch that. And so while some of us were calling for a holistic review of the Constitution, there we are touching the Constitution in piecemeal. So in actual fact, it is the very Constitution that the leaders would take. They would take the Constitution and touch aspects of it that would entrench them in power. So I see the clarion call as critical because along the line also in ECOWAS, and I share the same sentiments as you, Kojo. Remember when this discussion came up, I have been frantically looking at for the documents, the proposal from ECOWAS, because it is that proposal that we should be interrogating this morning. But unfortunately, we cannot lay hands on that proposal. The question is, until we begin to move to ECOWAS of the people, we have to decide what we want as citizens of the continent. You get few people to decide our fate. They will never decide it in our own interest. Who makes a law to say, I'm going to reduce my power? They are not going to do that. So if we're waiting on them to do that, we are waiting in vain. It is the citizens, and I have seen that, it is the citizens who have to call for reforms. And so if we have excessive politicization going on in the various countries, if we have leaders looking at various strategies to retain themselves in power, if we have compromised institutions like the judiciary and the police, you see, the
recording in progress
have disappointed the citizens. And so the judiciary that's supposed to hold the states together have been the cause to disintegrate some of the society. And you find out that some of the very, officials who are supposed to be pushing issues of democratic practices and legality are the one legitimizing what the politicians are doing. In fact, quite recently, somebody talks about the judicialization of politics, making sure that aspects that is otherwise in contravention of the law and judicial systems and practices are cleaned up in a very nice way and passed through the courts. So when you have such system, we are actually consolidating autocratic tendencies. And remember I said inter alia, it is only democracies that can be consolidated. So constitutionalism is critical. Effective state institutions are also important, and equally so, moving towards a strategy, a philosophy, and a practice of making sure we have an ECOWAS of citizens in the region.
Thank you. All right, so there are, I think, three three statements that we have basically been discussing, or at least has come out so far. It's very clear our own experience makes the clamor for presidential term limits an empirical one. We still have to resolve our theoretical issues around that, but it's a very strong one. It's affirmed by the citizens, it's affirmed by our lived experience. We think it would generate the right kind of incentives for leaders, you know, to at least be accountable. We also make the case that the relationship between, you know, presidential term limits and actually the practice of democracy suggests to us that that cannot be enough in any sense of the word, that you need to think about democracy itself, the governance part of democracy, and how people experience democracy beyond the processes of elections, entry and exit. And therefore, how even the proposals around presidential term limit is crafted becomes very, very important. And then we made the point that in all of this discussion, where are the citizens? For an ECOWAS that is going from an ECOWAS of states to an ECOWAS of citizens, how does even the ECOWAS own processes for amending these rules, these standards that are supposed to be for the people, how is that set up? Where are the citizens in that conversation? And we've seen that in this particular effort, hardly are the citizens involved. So I want to use that, sort of come back to our plenary here. As I said, there are a lot of experts here who have been involved in the process. They have all had their own lived experiences as well. As you are asking your questions and commenting, I want you to also talk about ECOWAS responses to the current, you know, unconstitutional change in powers, or unconstitutional, constitutional change in powers, you know, because we know that we have you know, so-called constitutional orders that really acting unconstitutionally. So how has that been, and you know, what are the prospects for returning Mali, for returning Guinea, for returning Burkina Faso back to democracy based on what we have observed so far? So I'll open the I saw Bernadette at the back. All right. Let me turn my chair properly so I can. Please also try to keep it snappy. I know we have a lot to say, but let's try and keep it snappy. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the panelists, and thank you, Kojo. I think I want to start from a conversation I had last week with somebody working from ECOWAS, and I shared with Marcella on my way back to Sierra Leone. And that was the first time I came into contact with the conversation around this ECOWAS proposal. And the person said to me that when they had the proposal, a couple of heads of state objected on the basis that they were going back to their countries to consult with their people. You know, it actually brought me, you know, I actually understood firsthand how selfish and how cunning our leaders can be. And most of the time, you know, our leaders tend to hide under the fact that, well, my people want me, and we know that's not true. Museveni, Paul Biya, and all of we know that they have forced themselves on the people and not the other way around. But my question here to Prof. and to Marcella, we've had also a couple of experiences, is this whole idea about constitutionalism and the rule of law and citizens' engagement in all of the discussions we're having. One, Prof, constitutions and laws are made by men and not the reverse. They are only a means to an end. And we all know that our leaders have always used constitutionalism. And most of our constitution has a provision which has not helped us. There's this provision of supreme executive powers, which our leaders have conveniently kept in the constitution so that they are able to advance their objectives. So our hope, the only hope I see, is building and investing on the citizenry. But the problem there is, how do we build and invest on the citizenry? Sometimes I get to believe that probably we might need a revolution of the minds of our people. So my question would be, Prof. and Master, how do we begin to think through innovative strategies of engaging our people and investing in their psyche so that they are able to bring the authorities to account, and so that the authorities are fearful of the people and not the other way around, considering the fact that our leaders are cunningly using a divide and rule strategy to lead us. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir. Right in front.
Merci bien. Rapidement, j'ai 2 à 3 points. Tout à l'heure, l'intervenant du Togo a parlé d'une expression qui me paraît assez fondamentale, l'ingénierie constitutionnelle. Alors, l'ingénierie constitutionnelle, c'est véritablement ça aujourd'hui le...
And this is the main challenge we are facing in West Africa. Corruption is rampant. Justice is not helping, because sometimes we have disagreements from the opposition camp. And it's the law that is used to disqualify them from the race. It's virtually the same with the civil society. We saw the case of Ballet Citoyen. And even if we have democratic regimes, sometimes they don't want to hear opposing voices. I think as an alternative, we need to impose ourselves on ECOWAS so that in its operation mechanism, the unanimity systems is clear. We heard that in order to take a decision, all heads of state have to agree, otherwise the decision won't be adopted. It's not the decision of the states, but it's the decision of the regime. He said it not long ago. And as civil society, we need to mobilize ourselves in order to denounce these people whenever it's necessary, whether with funding partners or the public opinion. Even with the media, we mobilize here in order to say publicly whenever there are meetings of heads of states. We need to act as activists. We need to go to all the hotels where these people are. We need to grab banners and ensure that they understand that we don't agree with their decisions. I think this will push leaders to think there is another alternative, and we need to use the youths. As civil society, we need to involve them in citizenship matters. Most of the time, I'm speaking, of course, under the supervision of 2 or 3 people we worked with in Guinea-Bissau as part of NECOWAS mission to launch the 2050 agenda. We keep talking about ECOWAS of people. We heard Madame saying it. When a country says it has no position and want to act in the well-being of the community, who is the community? It's most of the time the parliamentary. In West Africa, in most countries, of course, the parliament is used as an excuse. We heard the journalist from Senegal crying out. It's really at the last point that she was kept as a candidate. So it is believed that women have more advantages and are probably not right to take the right decisions. So she was more or less discarded. This is where I stopped. Thank you very much.
Snappy, because I want to come to this side. I can see they are stretching their hands, and I'll come. Maybe you just put your hand down for a while. Let me finish this side. I will definitely come to you. But let's keep it snappy. Yes, madam. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh,
okay. Thank you for the panel. Quick question. There just seems to be this tension between citizens, what the people want and what the leaders are talking about. I think that's the first thing that came up in the panel. So when you talked about, Prof, you mentioned about theoretical issues versus empirical. And theoretically, the question about who are the people, I think we need to think about that and think about majority versus minority, thinking about the fact that who determines how regimes act. If you have a majority who say we want the president, but you have a minority that say you don't, is it democratic if you suppress certain voices? Also thinking about when leaders say it's what the people want. In illiberal democracies, how do we really know what people want? Is AB, we heard AB surveys yesterday, is the AB survey, is it done there? And if it's done, can you trust what's being said if people... Are you actually having surveys that reflect the will? Some of the ways I think that we can think theoretically about problematizing who the people.
Sur un point, ce sont les situations de crise, parce que nous avons constaté que les moments de crise ont été des périodes durant lesquelles certains États en ont profité durant lesquelles l'exécutif hérite de pouvoirs extraordinaires pour faire passer certaines dispositions anticonstitutionnelles. Donc, voilà, ma question elle est simple. Est-ce que la CEDEAO pourrait proposer des mécanismes à travers lesquels les parlements même pourraient poursuivre leur triple rôle de représentation, de contrôle et de législation, même en situation de crise? Voilà ma question. Donc, pour poursuivre la réflexion, je vous invite aussi à voir nos publications sur les leçons de la COVID-19 en matière de gouvernance sur lesquelles nous avons travaillé, et c'est disponible sur www.wati.org. Merci.
About parliamentary independence or sovereignty. I didn't get the question about the mechanism that you...
Okay. Est-ce que la CEDEAO pourrait proposer par exemple des mécanismes à travers lesquels les parlements pourraient poursuivre en temps de crise leur triple rôle de représentation, de contrôle et de législation? Voilà, parce qu'on se rend compte que par exemple durant les états d'urgence, comme par exemple en situation de Covid-19, l'exécutif hérite de pouvoirs extraordinaires et parvient à faire passer certaines dispositions sans que les autres puissent contester quoi que ce soit. Voilà.
You have to explain to me, Kathleen. But is it something about the dominance of the executive against the...
No, it's not.
Il faudra dire... Okay, you want to say during the crisis in the country, like now in Mali, when there is coup d'etat or any kind of crisis, is it possible that ECOWAS should involve that the executive, the parliament should continue working and taking decision instead of, because it's during this time that all the measures, important decisions are taken sometime, and even the revision of the constitution.
During situations of, real quick.
Okay. Yes.
I think this is not possible because, for example, in the case of Mali, one of the main reasons of coup d'etat is the parliament that was just elected. So this cannot continue.
He also mentioned during situations of force majeure, like COVID-19 situation, right? It's not only in situations of a coup d'etat, because our governments have been known to, appropriate powers during times of force majeure.
I just want to, because I want to take it all, and then you have to find your way to answer as many as you can.
Great. I'll answer one for you, Prof. So my answer to the ECOWAS question will be citizenship. And so in 2009, when I was so young and passionate and optimistic, I was a lead consultant for the ECOWAS Vision 2020 team then. And the vision, we entitled it ECOWAS of the People. And the whole Vision 2020 was designed to move ECOWAS from ECOWAS of heads of states to ECOWAS of the people. And we had all these fabulous plans and ideas of how that was going to happen. We are in 2022, 2 years after the deadline. And not a single one of those ideas have been implemented or achieved. But as I believed then that the solution was in building an ECOWAS of the people, I still believe that today. So when it comes to the issue about the term limit, President Rawlings told me something a couple of times. He said that at the time that they had to hand over or transition, it wasn't so much a question of whether they wanted to leave power or not. The citizens at the time were so alert and informed that even if they wanted to stay in power, it wasn't possible. And they are not stupid to have not seen that. So I will insist that the solution is citizenship, because as Marcella said, if we want to wait for our leaders, we have already seen that it's not something they are interested in. They are the biggest beneficiaries of the status quo. So they can't deliver what we are asking for. So we have to find a way to bring citizenship to impact situations at the ECOWAS, basically. But as long as it remains an ECOWAS of heads of states, I don't think that we have any hope. So citizenship for me is the solution.
Thank you very much. Maybe a quick one. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. It's theoretical. I see democracy just like development, as Amartya Sen will say, it's a wicked problem. It's a wicked problem. And solving wicked problems requires wicked solutions. Sometimes all of the CCC approach about consultation, consolidation, and confrontation may work, but I want to quickly put here, Ghana. Your president said he was not interested in third term. Why will he even say that? Nigerian president said he was not interested in third term. Why will he say it? The constitution that brought you to power, you knew before you were so-called elected. At what point did you start thinking that you are no longer, 2 terms is not enough anymore? It pains me about Senegal. In 2012, all of the agitation that went against WADA, now you are back to the same position. So it's absolute power. And with all due respect to citizens, they've made citizens so impoverished that you give the dog a bone, let it find its way home. What we can do is this strong organizing point. And I think that's where WADAMOS actually fit, among other networks on the continent or in the region, to see how we begin to be the people. WADAMOS need to be the people, to respond on behalf of the people. If we are looking for a convergence of the people, it will never happen. In as much as we have heads of state as organizing point, we need to have heads of citizens as organizing point. We need to form that force and make it strong. And I have an idea. Yesterday, the ECOWAS Parliament ruled or decided, or whatever decision it was, or whatever thing, that Hungary has failed in its democracy. And that democracy in Hungary is backsliding, and they sanction them. And right now, that country is facing maybe stress, because according to report on CNN, is that they will suffer. At what point can ECOWAS be so strong enough, relying on other regional bodies like the EU, AU, UN? So once decision is reached at this regional level, no regional agencies will ever communicate with these countries. For example, Mali, Guinea, Burkina, if ECOWAS decide on something, Russia will not go into any of those countries. Can we ward them off and gradually make them incapacitated in a way that they can become responsible and responsible citizens? Until we get to that point, leaders will always be leaders. Nobody wants to drop what is chopping.
Thank you so much, Austin. I just want to, just quickly, Doc, I just want to acknowledge the presence of Ambassador Babagana Wakil, who is representing Dr. Aderemi Ajibewa, and he's here, so he's going to also share that input.
Merci, Président. Nous sommes en train de parler d'une question vraiment difficile. Difficile parce que la question des deux mandats, limitation des mandats, est une question qui revient depuis près de 15 ans au niveau de la CEDEAO, au niveau de nos pays. De deux, aujourd'hui, on peut dire qu'on est à 5 qui sont contre la limitation des mandats. Si on met les régimes militaires, parce qu'un militaire n'est jamais pour la limitation des mandats. Donc, c'est un bilan négatif. Qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire? Je pense que Professeur Prempeh
What can we
a parlé.
do, or what should we do? Professor Prempeh mentioned some positive arguments or arguments in favor of this limitation, which is for me very important. You know, those who are in favor of the non-limitation of the presidential term judge that the presidential mandate is presidential term is too short for them to achieve their project, the duration of your term, but it has to do with how to utilize the term that you have. Some people will say, those in favor of non-limiting these terms, say that most of the time it's during their second term that they can really start working. We should have some provisions in our constitutions that shouldn't be touched. You know, some people in some countries can anytime call on some reforms to be passed. Meanwhile, I think if we had strong dispositions, we will be able to prevent such situations. In our countries, we pass some laws without even taking time to read the existing ones, or we don't even consult our constitutions. We don't know them. Meanwhile, I think we can work strongly around reformulating them to avoid any misinterpretation of those clauses. I think that it all has to do with ethic. You know, people in charge of our state, even if we didn't have this term limitation as in the US, they should be ethical. And I have two solutions to suggest at the level of CEDEAO. The first has to do with decisions at the level of ECOWAS. I think we have to adopt the reforms and protocols as it is done in the United Nations. That is, after a certain number of ratifications, it should be adopted and will allow networks as WADEMOS to do the advocacy for other people to join. The second solution has to do with credible elections. You know, I'm confident with what is going on in Senegal. We were able to get this far because of credible elections. We need to have credible elections, no matter the provisions about that. It will be difficult to go far. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Adiza. I work with the Media Foundation for West Africa. So since yesterday with the conversations that were going on, it reminded me of one comment I read somewhere when the heads of states were having the summit. Somebody said, see, Africa's problems are meeting in Ethiopia to solve Africa's problem. And that got me really thinking. Seriously, somebody will ask, who is ECOWAS, or what is ECOWAS? ECOWAS is more like the heads of states up there taking decisions on our behalf. And we are here arguing about term limits. And this is something that benefits these people. They are putting together protocols, laws that favor them. How do we, as citizens, or our civil society organizations, empower ourselves or position ourselves such that we hold them to the issues or the promises that they put in these protocols? Is there a way that we can influence these rules that they put together as protocols? If they are having these meetings, how do we position ourselves within these meetings such that we can have a voice? We have said it over and over again that it is now ECOWAS of the people. But is it selected people? Or are we really doing consultations that involve everyone such that everybody's voice counts? I think WADEMOS is a great initiative. And if we are able to position ourselves well, if we are able to empower ourselves, we'll be able to influence these rules or these protocols or these provisions that they put to kind of affect us. So I think going forward, what we should be looking at, what strategies can we devise? What methodologies can we adopt as an initiative to influence these authorities to make sure that when they are making such decisions or when they are making such provisions, they will be aware that there are some watchdogs that are looking at what they are doing. And once they bring it, we are going to hold them accountable and make sure that everything that they have said they are going to do, they do. Thank you.
Hey. All right. So we're coming back to our panel. And basically, these are going to be responding and concluding at the same time. There are a lot of questions. I don't know if you were taking very good notes, so we don't miss anything. I wouldn't go through some of the ones I picked, but I'll be kind of monitoring. If I think there's still some outstanding ones, I will draw your attention to it. So I would first take Prof. Prempeh, then I'll come to Marcella, and then I have to give Ambassador Wakil an update of the discussion so far, and maybe focus him on some of the issues that have been referred to, ECOWAS, maybe to give us some information, some perspective from the Commission itself. So, Prof, I'll start with you.
Okay. First. So, there was a question or comment about what we do with ECOWAS meetings as civil society or as the people, when ECOWAS meets, sometimes we don't even know about discussions and all of that. I do think that one of the ways to advance the ECOWAS or the People's Project is certainly not to leave the pace of that process in the hands of the ECOWAS heads of states, right? So civic formations like this one, which are civil society led, I think is the way to go. If we want to realize that ECOWAS are the people's, then the people themselves must lead it towards that end. And one of the ways we can do this is whenever ECOWAS heads of states meet, we must make it a point for civil society to meet contemporaneously, right? About the same time they're meeting. Sometimes we can anticipate the agenda, or if we have some clue, we also do the same things. The same thing they're going to discuss, we discuss them about the same time, right? Whether at the national level or at the regional level or through some networks, we meet the same time they're meeting, discuss the same things they're meeting, and come to our positions on them, right? That for me is one way we make sure we can checkmate the processes that are going on there. There was also a point about leaders, not going to make changes or changes that go against their interest, and this is in the context of term limits and all that. I think one of the things I find a bit frustrating about the term limits, unconstitutional changes of government debate, is that it seems to have created these two different parts, one for soldiers and one for civilians, right? The unconstitutional changes of government, about the only way I can think that you can unconstitutionally change the government is through a coup d'etat, which leaves the civilians an option, right? I mean, they basically would not unconstitutionally change the government, but they would degrade the quality of the constitutional checks that are imposed on them, but within the Constitution. Right? And I think that is part of the challenge we have with term limits, is that when they do it within the Constitution. They do it through judicial review. They do it through a referendum that they can manipulate. They do it through Parliament and all of that. And that, I think, creates this, essentially gives the civilians a certain advantage that the soldiers don't have. When they come, we say, you've done a coup. But when the civilians do it, well, it was done constitutionally. I think one way to get around that problem is to probably go to a higher principle. Instead of focusing on term limits, what if we said, look, you may not make any constitutional change from which you or your party will benefit. In other words, if you make a change, you can't benefit from it. You yourself, the promoter of the reform or the amendment, can never benefit from an amendment that happens during your tenure. So if you make a term limit change at all, maybe your rival will be the one that would benefit from it. I mean, and then we open it, we make it elastic enough that it includes your party, right? Neither you nor your party nor your son nor your daughter can benefit from a constitutional amendment that happens during your tenure. When you do it that way, it captures a whole lot more than just term limits. So you can't benefit from term limits elongation, but you can benefit from any number of opportunistic changes to the Constitution that our leaders are capable of making, right? And that takes away an incentive to do these kinds of constitutional changes. Because unless we do that, so for example, I can come and say, look, I'm not changing the number of terms. I just want each term to be 7 years. After all, why should we have 7 years when I have 4? Right? So I can come and say, but we has 7 years times 2, or 6 years times 2, and he's in power for 12 years. And I say, but me, I have a PhD. So why should I have, and then some of these people will come, give me more time, right? So And this is still within term limits. You say, it's still 2 terms, I haven't changed it. When you move it to a higher principle, that makes it very clear, and it also signals to the citizens that really advocacy around that is a lot easier, in my view. If you say that we are going to make a constitutional principle that no president or the president's party or anybody related to the president can benefit, can enjoy a constitutional provision or change that has been made during the president's tenure. It will come into effect only if some other person comes into government. And then advocate around those things. I think that is, I like that approach than just advocating term limits or against term limits and all of that, because there are all kinds of ways you can find to defeat that kind of an agenda. Then I think, in terms of some of the innovations we can introduce also, sometimes the frustration with constitutional review and trying to advocate for constitutional change is that most of our constitutions, the gatekeepers of that change are the people in power themselves. So you have to go and beg them, right? And that becomes problematic, so that if the president is not interested, there can never be constitutional change. We've written these constitutions that almost immediately disable us as a citizenry from even touching the constitution unless a president or parliament or some other political actor is interested in the agenda. We can take a cue, say, from the Kenyan constitution, which now has a citizen initiative alternative, right? So citizens mobilized, if you can gather a certain number of citizens' signatures from across the country, all districts of the country, you can go and advocate and get citizens. Then you can put an issue as a citizen initiative for a constitutional change. Of course, there are dangers with that, so we can carve them, so that it doesn't basically endanger minority rights and minority interests and the like. But I think we need to start thinking more creatively about constitutional change and how we make it. Because the way it is now, take for example Ghana, there's just no way you can change the constitution if a president is not interested in it, or if the political parties are not interested, because they are the only actors in the constitution that can touch it. And so if citizens want to change it, then for me, if somebody asks me, so what do you think we should change about the constitution? I said, the first thing we should change is to change the amendment procedure so that citizens can initiate constitutional change without having to go through these political actors about whom we want to change the constitution, right? They are the real actors whose power we want to reduce or whose power. So there are a number of constraints that are there in the system now, and also about the way we actually formulate our arguments. I mean, Austin makes a very interesting point about ECOWAS and how to make sure that their sanctions or their responses have some bite. Unfortunately, ECOWAS has, only sticks. It doesn't seem to have any carrots, right, in its arsenal. And indeed, the idea you propose, I think, it's a helpful one, which is that once ECOWAS has imposed a certain sanctions regime on the country, the understanding then must be that other third-party countries or regional blocs and the like must respect it. And it might give ECOWAS a little bit more leverage, right? I do think that in the current circle, some attempt has been made, at least at the UN level and other places, to engineer that kind of a response. It's not been universally accepted or applied, but I think it's a useful way to go. But there is a clear constraint here, which is why I think that citizens, we don't face a lot of the constraints that, at least one significant constraint ECOWAS faces is that they wait for the things to break down. And I can see their constraints, right? It's difficult until a coup has happened for ECOWAS to proactively, even when it observes the decline, to stop it. Citizens organized as civil society, we do not have that problem, right? Because we, on a day-to-day basis, this is what we do, right? We monitor government, we do advocacy, we raise red flags, we do early warning things. So I think we as organized civil society in the region are better placed to track the decline and raise red flags and alarms ahead of a breakdown than ECOWAS as heads of states can do, because of some of these normative principles of supranationality and all of those things, right? So it really is a task that we must take on. That if we leave it to ECOWAS heads of states to be the ones to intervene to prevent a breakdown, I don't see how they're going to do it. But if we take it upon ourselves and do that task, constantly monitor progress, decline, and flag it and raise alarm and advocate around it and build citizen mobilization around that, then ECOWAS cannot say, look, we didn't know that this was happening. I mean, so essentially we flag it and say, look, this is happening. A coup is going to happen if you don't stop this early enough. And then they are on notice. But if we wait and say, well, you were there, you saw what Alpha Conde was doing, but you couldn't do anything, what exactly could they have done at the time, right? There are limitations when they operate that way. We don't have it, because really it's not for a government or head of state on a day-to-day basis to be monitoring the behavior of the next head of state, right? But it's for us citizens to do that, and we do that. We can do that quite well. So again, I think that we must look at things that ECOWAS heads of state or as commission can do well, and things that they cannot do very well, that we are better placed to do. And then we, using our competitive or comparative advantage in that area, can then help them do that well, feed them the data, feed them the information, advocacy, build consensus around these things. So these are some of the points that I picked up.
And just maybe just add just 1 minute, the proposal about ECOWAS probably adopting as part of its protocols this idea of insisting that when even during the period of unconstitutional change in government, the executive, which is maybe a junta, doesn't get to dismiss the parliament.
Well, I think, why can't it be done, though, right? Because what happens with most coups d'etat is that it's not as if they overthrow the whole state structure. They basically, it's the executive power they want. But because it tends to be coupled with legislative power, they take it both. Oftentimes, they leave the judiciary. So if really it's the entire government they want to take, they would also take the judiciary, but they don't want it, right? They just leave the judiciary. They leave the civil service to run. So the administrative sector is still set up, it's running, judiciary is running. If they can do that, then it's conceivable, in my view, at least, that they can also decide that they have only taken the executive, and that an opportunity or a forum for citizen voice must remain, right? But why would we want to do that, right? And then we will say, okay, you can do a limited coup. I mean, essentially, we're giving them a way to do a coup that is a little bit, acceptable coups, right? I mean, but I can understand, right? So as a political matter, you can negotiate that. But you don't want it to be in a protocol, but then it would mean that, this is the way to do an acceptable coup. Leave parliament alone. You just take the presidential power. But I understand where that is coming from, but also why is it that, even when parliaments are abolished, I think, again, civil society, we can hold people's assemblies. I mean, we have to have alternative formations, civic formations that are not necessarily tied to the continuity of parliament. If there is a coup, or if parliament is not serving our purpose, nothing within democracy or outside it stops us from congregating and in people's assemblies, or however we call it, and passing even resolutions and things, and just acting as if a parliament still exists. I mean, we should be able to just think outside the box in these situations and not basically feel like, oh, parliament's abolished, so we have no say or no voice.
All right. Thank you very much, Prof. Marcella, your concluding statements.
So I quickly want to pick up from the last point before I proceed with the other issues that I want to address. I think the position from citizens is zero tolerance to coup. So we cannot be handpicking entry points. So citizens have their patterns of organizing and they can still stick to it. But the whole notion is that there's zero tolerance and we cannot say the parliament should continue or X or Y should continue. Most of these regimes are illegitimate and they rule the country by their standards and decrees that they set forth. And I think we should begin to think along the lines of what civil society, what citizens can do. Okay, to start with, the questions and the contribution shows that this is a really hot topic and it's something that is desperately needed to be addressed in the continent. And that's what I gather from the collective voices that I hear across the room. And I believe, whilst it was very much more simple to introduce the democracy project in West Africa, it is really a complex mechanism to sustain it. And so we need more ideas, more curating points to think through how we can be able to sustain democracy in the sub-region. And this brings me to the points that Fredlin raised, you know, and the conceptual confusion that we sometimes find ourselves in as practitioners. Who constitutes the people? You see, for example, we talk about consensus building, and leaders would say, definitely we consulted, but who were the people consulted? They will bring evidence. They will definitely bring evidence about a list of citizens who are consulted. But these are citizens who buy into their ideologies. So what's happening is that society has been factionalized in the interest of certain groups. So you find out that even organized civil society have been factionalized to make sure that the interests that they want are projected. And what amazes me the most is the way the leaders sing from the same hymn sheet. It's across, you know, it's like they discuss it somewhere and you see a spate across the region. By the time you think about it, it's happening in Sierra Leone, it's going to Guinea, and you find out, and we're surprised how these things just grow from one state to another. And so that brings me to mind of what Austin says. We cannot precipitate democracy on an impoverished citizenry. Impoverished in the form of real poverty and impoverished in the form of mental poverty, which Bernadette talks about. So there needs to be the sort of re-engineering of minds. And that brings me to my first point in terms of recommendation to all of your points that we've put forward this morning. We need massive education for democracy, where we will be organizing simultaneous actions. What's happening in Ghana is happening in Senegal, is happening in Sierra Leone and Burkina. At the same time, the commonality of messages, the voices, so that people, and we set the agenda. I think that's the principal role of civil society. We even preempt the agenda. What we do in Sierra Leone, and I like what Kathleen says, causing good trouble. And I am known to be a troublemaker. So when I know the meeting is coming up, I go to the radio and I preempt the agenda. I preempt the agenda and we start discussing things supposedly what should be discussed in the meeting. We don't know what they're going to discuss. And we shape the hearts and minds of citizens towards a focus. And as long as they've had that, that is the first information they would have had about what's going to happen tomorrow. And so we preempt the agenda and set the agenda. So when you want to discuss term limits, these are what the citizens want to see. This is what the citizens expect. And we do not expect you to come out of that meeting with something otherwise, because that's what we have anticipated as citizens. And the next point I want to talk about is what my sister from Nigeria mentioned. What's the ideal situation in terms of, you know, term limits? Some countries have 4 years, others are 5, like my country, Sierra Leone. Others, in especially French West Africa, is 7.
do we want to think about how we can harmonize this? Because, when we talk about all of this, some commonalities would make sense. Because look, for example, Nigeria is 4 years. So it's like 3 times somebody, who is doing 14 years for 2 terms. It's like 3 times the term that the president in Nigeria would be having. And I think that unequal balance also puts us in a pedestal of confusion within the region. And so the conversation should also go in line with, do we want to think about, what's reasonable in terms of pushing the term limits? And that's why I think this conversation cannot end in this room. We should be able to think through what is realistic. And some of the issues that the leaders have put forward in terms of their justification, to hold on to power, that we want to cater for the people. We have started robust developmental projects. And those projects we do not want to leave halfway. And so we want more time to finish up this brilliant, agenda we have for the citizens. And the ordinary citizens, because, I like Austin's word, they're psychologically and physically impoverished. They buy into this conspiracy theories. And so, at the national level, let us begin to push a national transitional or transformational agenda. So when you come, you peek into it 5 years and you go. So we have a national agenda, so you do not use that as a platform to say you only add into what we have, not your own manifesto or not your own philosophy. We have a national philosophy. We have a pattern, a pathway of where we want to go as a country. When you come as a leader, you bite into that and you deliver. And that gives us the leverage to be able to assess, and hold you accountable as to how far you've gone with your project. The point is, politicians are afraid of the ballot box. They are afraid of the ballot box because they have not delivered justly, because they have not ruled justly. And so all of these schisms we are seeing is a blatant manipulation of power to retain them in leadership. And if we do not, in our local parlance, if I was talking in Sierra Leone, we have to be sharp, really sharp. Yes, yeah. To understand where it's not as if they're not aware. And so what do I see? From the point of a practitioner, I see collusion. I have seen, when you talked about Prof, when you're talking about they should not benefit from the provisions that we profile, they collude against the citizens and make arrangements. I pass this for you. When you come, you pass it for me. I have seen instances where they collude against citizens and will be left aloof. On a normal day, they align us civil society with the opposition. But when we want progressive reforms to be passed, the opposition is no longer there. Both parliamentarians on both sides of the aisle, they align against the citizen. We've seen real instances of coalition against democracy and good governance. And so shine your eye. So the last point probably I would want to raise is about excessive powers of the executive. And I don't know if it was Bernadette who talked about Supreme Executive Authority. And this sits somewhere in many of our constitutions. And so they have the powers to hire and fire excessively. And so homegrown initiatives do not thrive. They do not thrive in any way. You find out that the institutions of the state that should serve as initial checks and balances have already been compromised. I have to listen to my boss. And this is the same for even the independent institutions like the Anti-Corruption Commission, independent institutions like the Independent Electoral Commission, and in fact, in our own case, the worst situation I feel so sorry for them is the police. They've been a regime-serving agency since I started following governance. You know, I feel really sorry for them because they could not exact professionalism. How do we set these standards? I don't have answers to those questions. I honestly and truly don't have answers to those questions. I'm just laying it on the floor so that whilst we are thinking about all of this, we need to understand that whilst we have introduced democracy with the euphoria, the pomp and the pageantry, sustaining it would need proper thinking. Shine your eyes.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, both of you. I want to now give the floor to Ambassador Wakil. Sorry about all the mix-up, but thanks for stepping in on very, very short notice. There are many questions for ECOWAS, and I'm sure you are used to it. But I think we are trying to find a way to forge more ways of working that are effective and produce results. And on the presidential term limits, I think the question that, in terms of even the experiences around this recent interest in returning to that agenda is really how involved the citizens have been, that even here in Ghana, when you hear there's a summit going on, nobody really knows about it. Maybe some of the organized civil society that might be involved, but even they don't even know what proposals have been presented to the heads of state for us to understand whether the way it's been crafted would actually solve the problem. Because if you look at the summit recommendations to the commission, it was on the back of what had happened in Guinea that this matter had resurfaced. Whatever was going to be accepted or adopted, was it going to address those underlying problems? And we've been having discussions with some of it you have been part of, is that even as we are talking now, if you even adopt presidential term limit, does it solve your problems around limiting the excesses of presidents, or even people finding ways of circumventing, those provisions? So there are questions around the decision-making processes and how involved citizens are, the approach to agreeing, consensus building, which is the other thing that has been raised. That if others are not ready, why can't others go forward to build those standards and let the others come along? Why is it that because one or two don't agree, we should continue to experience the challenges that we are experiencing? So those are some of the questions that have been thrown, and we will love. It's really up to you how you want to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wish today I am on the other side. I am now in a very uncomfortable zone of not doing my nice job of, enhancing the visibility of ECOWAS in Ghana, or monitoring ECOWAS projects or programs, ECOWAS interventions here and there. But I am now in a situation where I think I would love to have been on the other side. Like I said, I was listening to the professor, and you also amplified that point. I think it's this issue about the term limits, about the elongation of tenure. And I want to tell you that in the current review of the protocol on good governance and democracy that is on the table, which I think I mentioned yesterday, and I said Dr. Ajibewa was going to talk more on it, not knowing that he will escape and leave me with this problem. Because they all have to go to New York for the UNGA, the commissioner, the new president of the commission, all of them are going to New York on Saturday. So the issue about this tenure elongation is a hot issue in ECOWAS as well. And I think, like I mentioned, very bold and new initiatives are embedded in the current review, current update of the protocol, which is still on the table. It is all in this hotel that these issues were debated, validated, and when it came to the top level, then it got stuck. And I hope that you are not going to quote me on this. Yes, it got stuck. So it has not been adopted. But all these nice, beautiful things are there. I must tell you this. Well, it has not been passed yet. It has not been adopted. But it's not that it's not there. It is there. And like you mentioned, decisions in ECOWAS are based on consensus. And this has been the style or the process since 47 years ago. And it's difficult to change when you have, big countries, some very small countries, and some of them are not always on the same page with each other over, the powers that could be exercised by. So we have this difficulty. Otherwise, yes, some people want to see some of these things fast-tracked. There are others who are adamant about it. And this brings into question the issue of the limitations of intergovernmental organizations, whether it's UN or AU or ECOWAS, it's the same. There is a certain level of power that must remain with the sovereign, with the country. They cannot, the heads of state, give all their powers to this supranational or regional platform. ECOWAS doesn't have a parliament in the sense in which national parliaments are exercising their powers. ECOWAS parliament is more or less an advisory body. I was in Kumasi about 2 weeks ago where I met the regional minister who was a member of ECOWAS parliament for 8 years, Mr. Simon Osei Mensah. And in our discussions, he raised this point. He said we were just, we are still, an advisory body. The parliament doesn't have powers. The judiciary is just an executive, an extension of the executive, more or less. The ECOWAS community, just the Court of Justice has limitations. There are cases, I do not want, as a representative of ECOWAS, to be talking too much about some of these things. But you must know that any intergovernmental organization has its limitations, has its limits in terms of the powers it could wield. The ECOWAS Commission is just a secretariat for the ECOWAS authority. The highest decision-making in ECOWAS is the ECOWAS authority of heads of states. That's the summit. Then below it is the ECOWAS Council of Ministers, mostly foreign minister, defense minister, finance minister, but all ministers from all member states. But the active ones in the meetings all the time are ministers of finance, defense, and foreign affairs, who are also members of the Mediation and Security Council at ministerial level. And below that, the third structure is the Administrative and Finance Committee that considers, issues of budget and administration and things like that. Now, the AFC, the Admin and Finance Committee, will deliberate. They are only at the level of directors of ministries of finance and foreign affairs and ministries of defense of member countries. They deliberate and then they take their recommendations upstairs to the Council of Ministers, who will sit down and look at these things and make some political decisions at their level as ministers, and then take it up to the summit. So it all depends on the summit, the extent to which they could give ECOWAS these powers, the commission I mean, or other institutions of ECOWAS like Parliament or the judiciary, the Community Court of Justice. So that doesn't seem to be happening as much as you would expect, naturally. So I think you have to be talking more to yourselves, like you have suggested, like Doctor has suggested before you talk to us. You have to seek to take more control in the day-to-day affairs of the leaders at the national level. There is very little, or not much, can be done at the level of the commission or the secretariat. They can only do so much and then submit to the higher authority, and then whatever they decide is what we implement. You get my point?
Can I ask Ambassador a question about, so what is ECOWAS's agenda of moving from ECOWAS of heads of state to ECOWAS of the people? So for example, the ECOWAS Parliament, the way it's currently done is just members of Parliament of the national government just get another job where they can collect an allowance. Right? So they get sent from the local parliament to ECOWAS, to Abuja Parliament. In an ECOWAS of the people, is ECOWAS envisioning a transformation of that institution so that, I don't want to say so that, Is ECOWAS envisioning any transformation of, say, the ECOWAS Parliament so that it doesn't become just secondment from the national parliament, but allows for citizens, the peoples, to have a voice there? I don't know the mechanism by which that happens, whether you have another election of different ECOWAS parliamentarians than the national parliamentarians, or you allow for networks or civil society, or however you do it. But I'm interested to know, what is ECOWAS's own plan to get us from beyond ECOWAS of heads of state to ECOWAS of the people?
Thank you very much, Professor. I were in some university hall where I can talk according to Chatham House rules. The principle of non-attribution. So there is a limit to what I can say here. But most of these issues that you have raised, let me go through some of the points raised by Dr. Ajibewa in his paper. Of course, I wish he were here because he was part of the crafting of these things, but he's not here. It's about these executive excesses. These parliaments, even at the national level, they are not really, if I should give you the example of the Nigerian parliament and what is going on, it's just like another extension of the, of the executive. But point by point, let me just tell the crowd here the issues he raised, and his point of departure is to state the problem, the factors that stimulated ECOWAS responses to these presidential term limits. And the first one he put on paper was that the negative ruling party's supremacy over other political parties in West African countries is captured in the old protocol of 2001 and 1999 on the supplementary, yes, of the old ECOWAS protocol on democracy and good governance, which put emphasis, or which said that emphasis should be put on checks and balances on how the incumbency factor, the power of incumbency of the ruling party should be minimized to promote inclusivity on the decision-making process. This provision canvasses for political parties' competencies and capacities to be enhanced to prevent incumbency factor in the domination of policy decisions in the state. Extensive use of incumbency power is a driver or a stimulant for the desire for perpetuity in power by the executive. You have been discussing this. We have tried to capture this, not even before this update or review of the current protocol on good governance and democracy. But it's one thing to put something on paper and another thing to get it, to walk the talk, to get it going. So some other players or actors must come in and give the push. And this is where a gathering like this becomes very, very relevant. Yes. They say, and it's a Nigerian proverb, they said that, I wish nobody is going to quote me. They said that if you want to clean or clear the swamp, you don't talk to the frogs. That's their habitat, that's their environment, that's where they live. You want to clear that place, and frogs, please, we are coming to clear this place. So these executive excesses are there. We see them every day, and some of them are rooted in our culture and history. So that's why sometimes it's not easy to look at the European Union and say that you can do the same things that is happening in the EU, because it's a regional platform or organization. Also in ECOWAS, I do not want to be quoted again. One of the presidents in our sub-region one time said that a prince does not abdicate his throne. He dies on it. I'm sure people who come from that country know who I don't want to mention names. Of course, I can't mention names. So there has to be some other players who will, take the bull by the horn and come to the rescue of democracy in the sub-region. Let me go to the second point raised by Yeah, so I was just saying that because of our time factor, I wanted maybe for you to just make some final statements. But I think you have captured the essence of the challenge and the call to action for citizens, that maybe in the short term, the entry point is at national level. You want your presidents to know what the citizens want before they get to the summit, not after they are at the summit. And they should, be held accountable when they are going to the summit. But in the long term, if ECOWAS is to shift its processes and its practices to an ECOWAS of the people, then also those processes would have to be changed. And that, of course, is also a long-term agenda that we can all be involved in.
But I think, you know, you kind of captured in essence where the entry points for engagement is, and appreciate that. So maybe just your final thoughts. I think there's a, and then.
I just want to mention the fact that we have a new management now in ECOWAS at the two strategic levels that matter. And we have a change of chair from President Nana Akufo to President Umar Sissoko Embalo of Guinea-Bissau. That one is a rotational thing. Every ECOWAS heads of state will have a test of it. It's supposed to be an annual thing, you know, to give a sense of belonging. But more importantly for us at the Commission or the Secretariat, there is also a new top management led by someone with very, very rich foreign service, multilateral and international background, like Dr. Umar Aliu Toure, who was a former foreign minister of Gambia, a former United Nations advisor in so many countries, have been worked with so many multilateral organizations. His last bus stop was the IDB in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. And he's here now, and at a town hall meeting, which his first town hall meeting was, I think, on the 19th of last month or so, and he set out his strategic objectives, his priorities, which the Commissioner for Political Affairs mentioned yesterday. That number one on his agenda is this issue of democracy, good governance, peace, and security, without which, if you don't get that correctly, you will not move on the other tracks that will lead us to the ultimate goal of ECOWAS, which is regional integration. I mean, all this issue about free movement, free trade, financial and economic, you know, what do you call it, for the region, regional financial architecture, regional, you know, economic architecture, having a single currency. All these things will not be attained without getting the political framework correctly. So his first top priority, he said, is this issue of peace, security, democracy, and good governance in the sub-region. The second is the deepening of integration, which now moves to the economic and financial level of the single currency and, you know, the other infrastructure, without which, you know, it's just paperwork. If you talk and then you don't improve the infrastructure on the road, on the power sector, on the energy sector, then democracy becomes, you know, an academic exercise. And he talked about this Abidjan, Accra, Lagos corridor, where 70% of the regional, inter-regional trade takes place. And we have been talking about it for years, and up to now, actually, it's happening, but not at the level it was designed or, you know, crafted. But if things like that could happen, if Ghana, which is now generating a lot of power supply for itself, I think Ghana is now number 2 after Cape Verde in citizens' access to power supply, with about 86, 87%, you know, access of the population having power supply. Cape Verde is a small country of maybe 500,000 people. It has like 90%, which is not very difficult to attain. So if Ghana could sell power to Mali and Burkina Faso, it's already doing that, then it could now also mobilize and sell power to other neighboring countries. Nigeria is doing the same to Niger and to Togo to some extent, although it cannot even supply itself adequately. But we have the plans for all this, and they all add up in the journey towards our strengthening of democracy. The point that I just want to make quickly is the fact that the new Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, Dr. Fatah, who was here, has a very rich background, unlike his predecessor, who is a police, military person. And he is now coming back with some of the great ideas that should make civil society, NGOs play a bigger role in ECOWAS by reactivating or by putting in place the ECOSOC, the Economic and Social Council, which will open formally a door for civil society, NGOs, to be part of the decision-making process, at least, if not at the strategic level, but at the tactical and operational levels. And that's when you will now move to have a bigger role to play, even when decisions are being made at the summit level. So let's hope that it happens. You can encourage him, and let's see how we go.
Okay. Thank you. All right. It's been a long discussion, but I think it's been an important one. I don't need to give you any highlights. I think there's a sense in the room that there's even more work to be done, but also there are a lot of opportunities. I think we also heard what the AU said in terms of its own moves to deepen its engagement with citizens at the continental level. So if that's what everybody's saying, it just makes Wadimos platform and other platforms more relevant than ever. Is how do we secure that? And I think that's work that we'll continue to do. Let me thank our panelists today, Professor Dosey, who unfortunately we struggled to get his thoughts, but at least we're able to speak to him. Professor Prempeh and Marcella, thank you for your comments, and thank you, Ambassador Wakil, for stepping in very late, and for your contribution as well. And thank you for your support throughout from yesterday to today. Thank you, and I'll hand over back to Kathleen to continue.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kojo. A round of applause, please, for our panelists. Merci beaucoup. Avant de passer à notre deuxième table ronde, nous allons juste avoir une petite pause café. Donc nous allons se lever et aller de ce côté pour prendre juste quelque chose ou aller aux toilettes pour juste se détendre pendant 5 minutes. Pour gagner un temps, nous allons revenir. Vous pouvez prendre votre petit verre de quelque chose de chaud ou froid et revenir dans 5 minutes. Comme ça, on ira rapidement dans notre deuxième table ronde. Mais pour l'instant, 5 minutes de pause café. Merci beaucoup.
We're quite excited to see the launch of Wademos in the West African region. Our survey data shows that support for democracy in the region remains very strong. We also know from the survey data, though, that citizens in the region feel that the supply of democracy is lagging behind. Having an organization like Wademos championing the cause of democracy is very important in ensuring that the demands of the people, the preferences of the people in support for democracy are upheld, and that the political leadership and decision makers do not renege on the desires of the people in West Africa to have democracy as their most preferred form of government. We're quite excited to see the launch of Wademos in the West African region. Our survey data shows that support for democracy in the region remains very strong. We also know from the survey data, though, that citizens in the region feel that the supply of democracy is lagging behind. Having an organization like Wademos championing the cause of democracy is very important in ensuring that the demands of the people, the preferences of the people in support for democracy are upheld, and that the political leadership and decision makers do not renege on the desires of the people in West Africa to have democracy as their most preferred form of government. We're quite excited to see the launch of Wademos in the West African region. Our survey data shows that support for democracy in the region remains very strong. We also know from the survey data, though, that citizens in the region feel that the supply of democracy is lagging behind. Having an organization like Wademos championing the cause of democracy is very important in ensuring that the demands of the people, the preferences of the people in support for democracy are upheld, and that the political leadership and decision makers do not renege on the desires of the people in West Africa to have democracy as their most preferred form of government.
The Center for Democratic Governance, which is referred to as CDG, is a pro-democracy organization that is working to promote democracy in Liberia, as well as elevating the voice of people who are marginalized. And for the Center for Democratic Governance, we see WADAMOS as the way ahead because our vision aligns with that of the vision and mission of WADAMOS, the West African Democratic Solidarity Network. We are very happy to be a part of this network. We think that this is the beginning to ensure that African countries, especially in the West African region, where we all come from, that this will bring great opportunities to improving the lives of our people.
Je suis Aïssata Bokoum. Je suis membre de l'association Femmes Leadership pour le Développement, AFLED. Je viens du Mali. Dans le cadre du lancement du réseau de solidarité pour la démocratie en Afrique de l'Ouest, WADEMOS, une initiative vraiment très salutaire pour la démocratie dans notre pays, pour la gouvernance, pour l'inclusivité et pour la pleine participation de la société civile pour la stabilité de notre pays. Je lance un appel à tous nos États vraiment de soutenir cette initiative pour que vraiment notre continent, notre Afrique puisse être vraiment stable.
La démocratie en Afrique de l'Ouest est sous l'attaque de pratiques menaçant de renverser les constitutions et les libertés et de réduire des décennies de progrès et de stabilité. En Afrique, nous avons un proverbe qui dit « Si tu vois la maison de ton voisin en feu, il vaut mieux mettre un bidon d'eau près de la tienne. » Pourtant, une personne ne peut puiser autant d'eau. Tout comme ce proverbe africain, ce n'est que par un effort collectif que nous pourrons inverser les menaces qui pèsent sur la démocratie en Afrique de l'Ouest. Et si, en tant qu'organisation de la société civile, nous combinions notre expertise et travaillons en étroite collaboration? Peut-être aurions-nous une meilleure chance d'atténuer les menaces qui pèsent sur notre démocratie. Et c'est pourquoi nous avons formé le réseau ouest-africain de solidarité pour la démocratie, pour unifier la société civile à travers l'Afrique de l'Ouest, afin de faire progresser la démocratie et le constitutionnalisme, et faire respecter les principes d'inclusion et de bonne gouvernance. Ensemble, nous pouvons parvenir à une Afrique de l'Ouest plus démocratique. Rejoignez-nous aujourd'hui. Voir plus sur wademosnetwork.org.
We're quite excited to see the launch of WADEMOS in the West African region. Our survey data shows that the support for democracy in the region remains very strong. We also know from the survey data, though, that citizens in the region feel that the supply of democracy is lagging behind. Having an organization like WADEMOS championing the cause of democracy is very important in ensuring that the demands of the people, the preferences of the people in support for democracy are upheld, and that the political leadership and decision makers do not renege on the desires of the people in West Africa to have democracy as their most preferred form of governance. We're quite excited to see the launch of WADEMOS in the West African region. Our survey data shows that the support for democracy in the region remains very strong. We also know from the survey data, though, that citizens in the region feel that the supply of democracy is lagging behind. Having an organization like WADEMOS championing the cause of democracy is very important in ensuring that the demands of the people, the preferences of the people in support for democracy are upheld, and that the political leadership and decision makers do not renege on it.
For the West Africa Network for Peace Building.
Nous avons nos panélistes.
Our panelists are the following.
Dr. Fredlyn.
We have Dr. Fredlyn Cormac Hale. She is a research and policy director of the Institute for Governance Reforms. This is in Sierra Leone. Thank you, madam.
Who is the Senior Human Rights Advisor at the United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel. Thank you for being here, sir. We also have, nous avons Madame Mariam Diallo-Dramé, qui est la directrice exécutive des Femmes Leadership et Développement Durable.
Femmes Leadership et Développement Durable. By then the short version is AFLED in
Policy influencing and advocacy at the West Africa Civil Society Institute, also known as WACSI. WACSI does a really, really important job with bringing together civil society to move forward the causes that we fight for. This panel, may I please remind you, is focusing on the threats to state and regional peace and security in West Africa. Over to you, Omolara.
Okay. Fantastic. Good afternoon, colleagues. It's really a pleasure for me to be here and to moderate this session. When I received this invitation, particularly to moderate this section, I told myself, okay, this is security. And I believe it's something that is of concern to every one of us. Thank you, Kathleen, so much for bringing the panelists on board. Before I come to the panelists, I would like to make just a few remarks to set the context about the state of peace and security in West Africa. You would agree with me that for many years, West Africa was perceived as one of Africa's most violent regions, with the series of civil wars that we witnessed in Liberia, Sierra Leone crisis, electoral violence, and we have post that enjoyed some years of stability. But of course, the emerging security issues across the region has become a great concern. And in the past 3 years specifically, we have witnessed a resurgence of military coups, which we were not prepared for. And this particularly has heightened the security issues that we are facing in West Africa. Between 2021 and 2020 and now, we've witnessed about 4 military coups. Colleagues have talked about that. And thankfully, there was a foiled one in Guinea-Bissau. Also, you agree with me that situations, increasing activities, of terrorist and violent extremists has also become a thing of that worry every one of us in the region. Our region, especially the Sahel, has become the epicenter of terrorism. I was going through a piece of reports. The Global Terrorism Index 2022 report states that 48% of total global deaths from terrorism in 2021 occurred in sub-Saharan Africa. And 35% of that was actually in the Sahel. A number of other issues that we are facing. I remember at the fall of Gaddafi in Libya, there's been a lot of comment around the movement of small arms and light weapons across our region. A report I came across estimated about 1 billion of small arms in circulation worldwide, and about 12 million of that is said to be circulating in the Sahel alone. We have also seen activities of organized crimes across the region. Stuff like human trafficking, drug trafficking, arms trafficking, money laundering, and other illicit financial flows. I also noted a report I came across, a ONEF report, when I was reading about some of these emergencies. The report, the ONEF National Early Warning System News, actually states that there has been an increase in attacks across the region. The last one, the 2021 report, states 709 attacks, which increased by 29% the year after to 275. And if you're very familiar about comments and activities of kidnappers, especially in a country that I love so dearly, my country, Nigeria, it's becoming a total mess, whereby the kidnapping activities has moved beyond, the states managed or state-centered one to even local one. It's so difficult that if you happen to be tagged as a middle-level actor in your country or in your neighborhood, you may become a target for something as low as $100, a ransom. So these are some of the issues that we are facing in the region as far as security is concerned. And of course, the consequences of bad governance has also, activated another level of security. Recently, in another country that I love so dearly, Sierra Leone, where citizens were protesting, the rising cost of living. We lost quite a number of citizens and even officers in that crisis. And the same thing with the Nigerian situation when citizens stood up to protest against police brutality in 2020. We also lost, a lot of citizens in that process. All these contribute to the different, security concerns that we are facing in West Africa. And by extension, it has worsened our governance systems and it has deteriorated our democracy, because without peace, democracy cannot thrive. And so today, I have on the panel with me colleagues from different organizations and countries. We have we have Dr. Fredlyn Comac-Hill. Thank you so much. She's the Research and Policy Director of Institute for Governance Reform in Sierra Leone. And Mr. William Lefungo, who is the Senior Human Rights Advisor, United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel. And then Madam Mariam Diallo Drame, Executive Director of Farm Leadership and Development Durab in Mali. So colleagues will be sharing with us where exactly we are and what they see where they are sitting in their respective countries. What are the perspectives? Where are we with the security situation in the region? What should we be looking at? And in terms of the work that WADEMOS is set up to do, what is the nexus between that, the dreams and ambitions of WADEMOS within the security challenges that we have found ourselves? So I'm going to start with Dr. Fredlyn. If you don't mind, can you share with us your perspectives on this?
Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon now, and thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you to the organizers for this initiative of WADEMOS, which is most needed in terms of when we look around our regions and look at the issues that we're facing. So what I had actually wanted to talk about was looking at this from the perspective, one of the things that this panel is looking at is violent extremism and countering violent extremism. Now, I wanted for us to think about this from a gendered perspective, but looking at some research from Mali and Niger. But before going to that, just speaking directly to your question, for us in Sierra Leone, we don't, thank God, have violent extremism at this moment, and we will not, by the grace of God. Yet, as you mentioned, we did, August 10, we did have citizens that came out to protest and were met with violence, were met with threats, were met with oppression by the security forces, but then the security forces in turn were also, incidents of violence were also perpetrated on them. And one of the issues that has been under discussion in Sierra Leone right now is that what happens if citizens want to protest? Citizens should have the right to protest. It's a fundamental human right that if you see something is going wrong, you should be able to take to the streets and you should be able to exercise your voice and say, we aren't happy with this and we would like some change. We know that Sierra Leone is not unique, given what's happening with Russia and Ukraine. We see high prices everywhere, right? We see, the price of bread, the price of rice, the price of fuel, the price of transport. These are skyrocketing. Sierra Leone is not unique in that. However, one of the issues that we have faced is that right now, in order to protest, you have to ask for permission. You have to go to the police, write a letter to the police, and get permission. Well, what happens? And this isn't just this regime. This has been successive regimes. When you write this letter, you are told, no, you can't protest. Why? Because it's a potential security threat. It could go out of control. People could be killed. So what this means is that your fundamental right to protest is curtailed. And so for citizens, there's this feeling that we have no outlets. No matter how bad things are, we're not supposed to protest, because if you go to the officials and you ask for permission, you are shut down. So listen, through the series of events there's been discussions also about social media, discussions about the threat of social media and people putting out information on social media that encourages violence. So this is one of the things that we talked about on the very first day, when we look at some of the things that WADEMOS is going to be looking into, which is, how do you counter fake news? How do you counter hate speech? How do you make sure that there's that balance between expressing the issues of concern to you and then that not going into the domain of hate speech and fostering potential violence? So in Sierra Leone, you have this conflation, you have this situation where there was a lot of activity on social media, activity around agitating for protest, and yet for some people, whilst this agitation was quite legitimate, for others it was seen as a call to undermine government. So that back and forth between rightful protest and citizens saying enough is enough, the lines got blurred, the messages were misinterpreted, and what happened? You had the very violence the police have used as an excuse in order to prevent people from protesting. And so it's unfortunate, because one of the things that people have been saying over the past couple of months, especially, it's been on for beyond that, but definitely over the past couple of months has been, there needs to be the right for citizens to protest. And when we, Institute for Governance Reform, did some surveys that asked citizens, what do you think about this protest? Was this a protest that was legitimate, or was it a protest that was designed to undermine government? And the majority of citizens said, no, this was a legitimate concern, that citizens actually had a legitimate problem that needed to be addressed. But then you had, depending on where you were, in areas that are opposition controlled, people felt that this was legitimate. But in areas that were ruling party controlled, you had more people that said, yes, it was legitimate, but it was hijacked by the ruling party in order to undermine democracy. So the other issue we're dealing with in Sierra Leone is this ethno-regionalism. And as we talk about the freedom to protest, as we talk about the ability for the police to allow freedom to allow people to take to the streets, we also have to think, how do we balance this against politicians who will use these different issues in order to foster division, as opposed to really providing a platform for citizens to come together and be able to express discontent in a peaceful manner. So where's WADEMOS in this? How can WADEMOS support civil society organizations in countries like Sierra Leone, where citizens are saying, we want to be able to say, this is going wrong and that is going wrong. We want to be able to just say to our leaders, you need to do something different. And then be able to have a platform to say that, whilst being safe from the machinations of political leaders who will use these to either, whether you're in the ruling party, whether you're in the opposition party, who will use this as a platform for division, to either reinforce their position in power or to reinforce their position as the opposition, to try to get those in power out and to say they need to come in. I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I think you've raised interesting points there, and particularly shedding more light on what actually transpired beyond what we consumed on social media and news platforms. My apologies. I ought to have invited Dr. Festus first to give us his main speech on this topic. So I think I'll just revert a little bit, my panelists. So Dr. Festus Kofi is a regional coordinator, research and capacity building for West Africa Network for Peace Building, WANEP. Dr. Festus, you have the floor now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me start by, first of all, thanking WADEMOS and CDD for the invitation to WANEP to be part of this program. discussion. I think that when you started your setting the context, you mentioned most of the issues that are affecting the region, and I will highlight some of these key issues. I think when you look at the region currently, one of the major concerns of a lot of countries, especially in the Sahel and the coastal region, is the increasing geographical expansion of violent extremists and terror groups within the region. In the past, we've seen a lot of these attacks in the Sahel, but increasingly you see a growing incursion into the coastal regions of West Africa. And we've seen some attacks in Benin and also in Togo, raising concerns for a lot of coastal regions in the country. And Ghana, for example, has been on high alert because of this increasing threat. But the key question that we need to ask is why the increasing attacks, despite the multitude of responses from multilateral organizations, from regional actors, and also from national actors. We have the G5 Sahel, the Multinational Joint Task Force, we have Accra Initiative, Operation Bakan, and all that. Why is it that despite all these operations, we still have the expansion, and even to the coastal areas? And for the coastal areas in particular, one of the key things we also need to look at is what lessons are we learning from the counter-terrorism efforts in the Sahel? Are we repeating the same mistakes, or are we doing something differently? Because at least the coastal countries have the opportunity to do something differently in terms of the counter-terrorism effort to avert some of these threats, which has socioeconomic motivation within the region. And the growing link of transnational organized crime has even made the situation very complex. We have kidnapping for ransom, drug trafficking, human trafficking, which provide funding for these groups to continue their operation. And like you rightly mentioned, in Nigeria, we've had increasing involvement of bandits and Boko Haram and splinter group in these activities, all in the name of raising funds to support the activities, and that also makes it a bit complex. I think the other issue has to do with the upsurge of unconstitutional changes of government, which we've discussed very well, this morning, and how the recent incidents in Mali, Burkina, and even attempted coups in Guinea-Bissau and also in Niger, raise concerns about the fragilities of democratic governance within the region and the return of the gun as the regime-changing tools within the region. But even more important is how election quality is also declining within the region. In the past elections, you've seen increasing opposition suppression, vote rigging, divisional politics, all in the name of amassing votes. If you see the example of Benin, where just a week to the election, the first female presidential candidate, for example, was jailed for terrorism, incidents. And the situation is also worsened by incumbents trying to change their term limit to extend their tenure in office. But what is even more worrying is the fact that if you look at the external environment in supporting democratization in the region, it's also a bit discouraging. Why? Because if you look at the 1990s and early 2000s, most of the Western countries that promoted pro-democracy movements and processes, if you look at them today, a lot of them have shifted attention towards geostrategic and commercial interests in terms of dealing with China and other rising powers within the region. And so there appears to be a lot of the emphasis on democratic governance is waning within the region. And this is where, I think civil society organizations also have to come in terms of filling the void, and also how to bring the private sector and the business community to also support democratization within the region. The other concern has to do with socioeconomic challenges. In recent times, we've seen a lot of socioeconomic issues in a number of countries in the region. In July and June this year, WANEP and UNDP did some work in Burkina, Ghana, and Cote d'Ivoire on political transitions. And one of the key issues that came up throughout was the socioeconomic issues that these citizens were facing in terms of price hikes and in terms of the hardship occasioned by the rising prices of goods and services and product and fuel and all that. And a lot has been blamed on external factors, COVID, the Ukraine-Russia war. And in Ghana, I think when the Queen died, Queen Elizabeth died, people were making jokes in the social media that the government should be careful not to apportion the deteriorating economy on the death of the Queen. And that tells you the challenges that citizens are confronted with when it comes to that. Then one other issue that we often don't talk about is issues of climate change, which is really impacting citizens, especially in the Sahel, which is the hardest hit, and also causing most of the farmer-header conflict that we see happening within the region in Nigeria and also in a lot of the Sahel countries. It is drying up livelihood opportunities for a lot of people within the region, but we don't seem to pay a lot of attention to issues of climate change within the region. And of course, the issues of epidemics and pandemics. We've had Ebola, COVID. We are still living with some of the consequences of COVID, which also raises issues about how resilient our economies and how resilient our health systems are. And then I will maybe end with issues relating to maritime insecurity, which we also don't have a lot of civil society focusing on this area, but they threaten economies and they threaten trade within our maritime boundaries. I think in 2020 and 2021, the Gulf of Guinea, for example, superseded the Gulf of Aden in East Africa in terms of maritime piracy attacks within the region. And I think it should be a source of great concern for all of us to look at. And so in the midst of all these multitude of issues, I think that it is increasingly clear that one entity cannot solve all this. We need concerted efforts through national and transnational framework like WADEMOS to really deal with some of these challenges going forward. So I'll rest here, and then when we get to the discussions, we can speak about them more. Thank you.
Thank you. So please let's put our hands together for him. Thank you so much, Dr. Festus. I think I think you have really helped us to highlight some of the security issues. I attempted, but I mean, speaking as a researcher, I can see that your data, they're absolutely intact, and you've raised some of these issues. I would like to take, comments from other speakers, and then we can now begin to, debate the topic further. So at this point, permit me to invite Mr. William Lefongo, Senior Human Rights Advisor, United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Are we on? Okay. Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. It's always a pleasure to sit among friends. I say friends, and I mean this because I see very familiar faces, people we've done business with before and now. So it's always a pleasure to be among friends. And also thanks to the organizers for associating us with this laudable initiative. We cannot overestimate or overemphasize the importance of civil society in the region, in our political governance system, in our development processes. And the West African region, particularly for those of us who don't come from this region, has been envied for a very long time for having a very vibrant and dynamic civil society. I always say that it's no coincidence that in the 1990s and early 2000s, we saw a consolidation, some level of consolidation of democracy in the region. It's no coincidence that it happened when civil society was also standing up. We know very prominent civil society individuals that have been able to share their experiences or export these experiences to the rest of the world. So I think it's important to say that. In your opening, Madam Moderator, you ask us to share the messages we are hearing. That sits so comfortably with me because, they say there's less accountability when you share what you hear than what you think. So I'm going to share what we are hearing from where we sit. Now, the colleagues or the other panelists have already identified some of the main security threats to the region. And just to say that, yeah, violent extremism stands out, and this is where I'm going to be focusing a little bit. I appreciate the complexity around electoral violence and how that also undermines national and regional security. Our good friend mentioned climate security. We are seeing that as well, not only in the Sahel, but also creating or exacerbating other latent problems in other parts of the region, particularly when we refer to intercommunal conflicts, which cut across basically the region. We also, the issue of maritime security is becoming, has always been a challenge. The good news is that, well, if we consider really it's good news, in recent months, we are seeing a reduction in reported incidents in just recent months. What we don't know if it's a sign of progress or it's just a seasonal thing. So we really hope that this will be sustained so that to some extent that issue will be considered one of those issues that we are making progress in sorting out. Coming back to the issue of violent extremism, which I intentionally want to focus on that because it's not only because of its prominence, but because of the nature of the threat it poses to our way of life. The first thing I want to say is that on this issue, there is no them against us. We have to be one to address this issue. So that means that in putting in place our internal national strategies at the level of the states, we have to address any signs of divisions. Because once these signs become apparent, the extremists know how to exploit them. So we need to find processes, methods within strategies within our countries so that our approach to this is collective. So I think that is one issue I'd like to start with. But another issue is to recognize already. It's easy for us to point out the challenges all the time. But I think it's important to also recognize what our states are doing, the sacrifices that are being made. Yes, they may not be enough or sufficient, but it's important for the state to recognize that. We have states, we are all involved in it. We have states that they're making enormous sacrifices, and at times, and most times in blood. We have security and defense forces who have been killed on the front. We have communities that are showing some exemplary levels of resilience. They keep standing up, in the face of these attacks. But as you know, it's just, you can't just stand up so much. At some point, they're going to break, emphasizing why we need to collectively sit down and find more efficient strategies to address this particular threat. What are we seeing? And when I look at violent extremism, I go as far as the Lake Chad Basin and then the Sahel, because you have countries in your region that are also within the Lake Chad Basin. I think the first thing that we are hearing is the need for local ownership of the process. Some people have defined that as local, being community, as national, being at the state level, and regional. Because in our region, we have different approaches and strategies that could also encourage ownership at all these levels. But that is extremely important, because what experts are telling us is that once the solutions are local, they are more sustainable. And this is not news. I think we all accept that. But also, what you get from that are strategies that align with local realities. I know when this issue is raised, the question that comes up is, so where does that leave the regional approach? Where does that leave international support? I say that it's equally relevant. We have come to the understanding that no one person or no one country, no matter how powerful you are, can deal with this issue alone. In fact, our the UN Secretary General pointed this out very clearly at the peak of the COVID, when he said, we are as strong as our weakest link. That was at the peak of COVID. And I think that also applies in this context. We need to really close ranks at the national and regional level to be able to address this. So that ownership issue stands out. The other issue is that of having a more decentralized approach to addressing violent extremism. We've seen situations where the strategies on paper are excellent, but the problem is that we don't decentralize it so that you empower the local communities to be able to address this. And that some sort of impairs the smooth implementation of these plans. It's even more glaring in situations where you have already decentralized systems where you can move from one level to the other. This is a good experience we are seeing in the Lake Chad Basin. What is happening there is this. There is, of course, you know about the Multinational Joint Task Force, which is a military arm to address this issue. But they have also elaborated or developed a regional stabilization strategy. So at the regional level, you have that. But what they've done, they've gone into the 8 affected territories and developed what they call the territorial action plans. So these rest in the hands of the governors of these regions to implement, because they were cognizant of the fact that if the strategy had stayed at the regional level, implementation would be extremely slow. So I think that's something that we need to seriously consider at the national level. The other issue is that of effective communication. At times when we listen to some authorities or actors that are working on this, communication seems to lean on the dimension, on the foreign element of this threat. The domestic element of violent extremism seems to be lost in the discussion, because there seems to be a difficulty to get to accept that, in fact, there is a very important domestic element. And if you miss that, then you definitely miss that in your overall approach to addressing this. We know of countries in the region where, in fact, the domestic element is more of a problem than the foreign element. So we need to give adequate attention to that. There is the whole issue of inclusion, which we need to promote. Inclusion in terms of civil society involvement in this. I know that when we discuss with our civil society friends, there's always the challenge of access. Access because if this issue is seen from the purely security and military lens, it becomes extremely difficult for civil society to access certain places. That is acknowledged. But I guess the whole essence of civil society is not to relent, right? Because that's what keeps civil society vibrant. We need to find more innovative ways of engaging with security sector entities, which, from discussions we are having, need that help as well. I know that at times it's very difficult, but we need to be able to find more practical ways of doing that. We may not get 100% access, but we see security forces trying to enhance their civil-military relationships, which opens up opportunities for civil society to somehow get involved. The whole thing about violent extremism has been captured as the winning of hearts and minds. So some experts are saying that if you succeed to win the hearts and minds, you've made significant progress. And I tend to agree with that. And I think in situations where we've really seen the terrorists or the violent extremists making progress is when they've been able to get into communities and make promises and win them hearts and minds. Now, I don't want to assess the value of those promises, but the fact is that there are these promises being made and people believe in them. So that means that to counter that, we need to also be able to win those hearts and minds. And that rests in our response. That is a response that has at its core a human rights-based approach is very important. A response that does not stigmatize communities. We have situations where certain communities cannot even get involved in some of these approaches because they are seen to be somehow sympathizers or associated with terrorists. And that is harming, in fact, delaying the smooth implementation of plans. We're also seeing, as Doctor mentioned, the adoption of legislations, anti-terrorism legislations. Now, that is good because at least it provides the framework within which this issue could be addressed. But at the same time, the concern that's being highlighted in so many circles is when some of these legislations are used for political aims, where you have political leaders, charges attached to political leaders, and they are prosecuted and convicted. Now, the challenge there is that it may tend to dilute the fight against terrorism because once you start attaching that to everyone, when the quote-unquote real terrorists, would come in, then it may dilute those processes. And the very last thing I would like to mention is that of the comprehensive approach, a holistic approach. An approach, a lot of people use the word kinetic and non-kinetic measures. I'm just repeating this because I'm sure all of us in this room believe in it, that the most effective approach it's an approach that combines the military and security as well as the developmental. And from the UN's perspective in the Sahel, you may have been informed of the UN strategy on the Sahel, which in fact is about supporting the member states to improve some of the governance dimension to this in terms of provision of basic services and all of that. And we think this is very, very important because a military approach can only take you that far. You need some level of complementarity to be able to, combine and enhance the joint-up approach that is required to be able to sustainably address this particular threat. So I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, let's put our hands together. Let's put our hands together to our speakers. I think he has also raised some very important points. especially helping us to unpack the issues of violence extremism and how best he thinks that we should be approaching these issues and finding solutions to it in the region. You agree with him and with me that this has been a great concern to every one of us, especially as it spreads beyond regions that they are pretty much known for. I will come back to some of these details that speakers have talked about just before we open the floor to in plenary. But let's take the last but not the least speaker, Madam Mariam Diallo Dramé, who is the Executive Director of Farm Leadership and Development DOAB en Mali. Madame.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Donc, c'est avec le cœur serré que je suis sur ce panel, parce que depuis qu'on est là avec mes autres collègues, tous les mauvais exemples, en fait, portent sur mon pays, le Mali.
Cited among the worst examples. And I remember that I took part in a workshop in Accra, Ghana, in a meeting where I was in contact with some child soldiers in Ghana, and they were from Sierra Leone, and their story really broke my heart. And I really felt sad at that time, never knowing that my own country would also face similar situation. This is just to tell you that peace is never a guarantee. Before anything else, I would like to talk about the weakness or the causes of the weakness of our government, basing my argument on Mali. You know, one of our weaknesses, I'm talking about weaknesses of the state because that is what leads to the decline of the state and leading to popular movements and other crises that will worsen and expand beyond the borders of the concerned country. I think our states have to abide by their laws and by their strategies. Every day we witness laws that are being violated, and all that contribute to continue to discourage our people and our citizens with regards to the seriousness of our state. Another important point has to do with the separation of power. We should have a separation between the various branches of power. At times in our region, we witness another power or another branch that is a religious branch and has more power on the functioning of our countries. And you have some of the politicians who lean on these religious leaders to have their voices heard. So you have some religious organizations or faith-based organizations. We have what we call the Wahhabism in our country, and it's leading this radicalization. You know, and when someone is or belongs to that, embraces that doctrine, the person can also, in its turn, radicalize other people and end up having a kind of huge movement that can influence even our states. I also think that we are not able to monitor in a rigorous way the evolution of our states. You know, we talked about corruption and illicit flow of money or funds. You have some projects being taking place in our countries where huge funds are received to implement them. But there is no monitoring of how these funds are being used. So in my country, for instance, you have a plethora of mosques that are being constructed with funds that were supposed to be directed at other projects. Also, we have states such as in Nigeria, it also exists in Mali, where you have the traditional leader who has more power. You know, at times during elections, you can have ballot papers can be casted in a person's house. Can you imagine that? And that shows you the power the person has over all the other people in that community. Our laws, it's true that are not respected by our head of states. That's true. But at times, those laws are pure copy and paste from other countries. And I think at a certain stage in secondary school, I think I saw a law that was copy and paste from a law in France. And everywhere you had France, they substituted it with Mali. These are some of the problems in our countries. Our laws are not adjusted to our realities. We try to copy some laws and to implement them in some parts of our countries that do not correspond to the need of the people and which the people cannot even understand. All these factors are leading to the decline of our state. Now, I think I'm going to allow the state to rest a bit, and I would like to talk about gender, questions on gender. You know, talking about the democracy. In Mali, you have a maternity rate of 6.1% per woman. And you have a lack of health and then social structures to take care of such women. Also, you have the question about youth. You have an unemployed youth. You have illiterate youth. A youth that is really struggling on a day-to-day basis. And the country is not being able to benefit from the demographic dividend. You know, at times they try to flatter you and make promises to include women and then youth. But in real fact, it doesn't happen. You know, I had the chance to visit some of those parts facing insecurity and in some neighboring countries. I know the role that women play in these groups. Children are the one who are being enrolled in these groups. The husbands are the one who are being enrolled. But once again, is that women are used in their strategies through weddings or marriages. You know, in Mali, the terrorists are from Mali. You know, when you talk about Katiba, this ACME branch, Katiba, the members are from Mali. And then Katiba Masina is the worst group in the region, and most members are from Mali. And they are using women in their strategies. So we need to use or to work with women to sensitize. They are victims and they are also actors, you know. Just as a way of example, you have someone who is married, and you have the in-law, the mother-in-law, knowing that the son-in-law is an extremist. Do you think she will really say it if she's not sensitized? Women nowadays in Mali are still struggling to have a voice in decision making, but our voice are not being heard. So I really think that we need to grant women their rightful place, as well as to youth. Today, when we talk about education, what is the percentage of women that are educated? In Mali, we have an illiteracy rate of about 75% when it comes to women. So I think that if majority of people and inclusion is not made a reality, we can never reach that peace we are longing for. So these points are really important. When it comes to climate change, I'm not going to delve more about it. Weaknesses, I think, also have talked more about it. We've talked about G5 Sahel that was created, but was being directed or led by another country. And I can say that as far as I'm concerned, G5 Sahel was a stillborn. So we need to try to depart from copying and pasting from other countries and find our own ways. We also need to install a democratic culture in our countries. I'm really facing some challenges and trying to impart that knowledge on the youth. It is high time that we learned to accept, we have to stop condoning a weak state and then wait till elections to do away with them. We need to start our work and try to change things. In Mali, we tried protest. But in 2012, what was the result of this? ATT was dethroned by a coup d'etat. You have, from that time, wherever he was overthrown, to a new president. Jihadists were the ones leading the country. So as my friend, one of my colleagues said, we need, as citizens, to know what should be the extent or the scope of our public protests. Is it to push out a corrupt government, to have another authoritarian one, or to try and work towards credible elections, as my friend from Senegal was saying? But unfortunately, none of these solutions seem to work. You know, the work is really huge ahead of us. And I think, on a personal view, from my interaction with youth, with young ladies who were raped, etc., I've seriously heard so much testimonies. And I should assure you that military government is not the solution. I think when it comes to violent terrorism, you can inspire yourself, you can get inspiration from the United States. That's the most powerful country in the world, but they are still facing these challenges. So we need to see how to implement the wonderful solutions that we have raised here to strengthen our institutions, to strengthen our populations, and to go ahead. When it comes to violent extremism, it seems something new, but for someone who was born in Mali, you know, those members can be a brother, can be a cousin. And these are people, you know, they are taught how to behead, how to do all kinds of atrocities. So it belongs to the state to see how to reduce or to work around demystifying such theories or such threats, such concepts in the head of our people. You know, when I talked about the Wahhabite, this is not something from our country. It's something foreign to Mali, but it is something that is really anchored in Mali. The state was the one who was supposed to deal with such situation, but you see the state even having to deal with such people.
I think we should give our speakers another round of applause. If there is something they have been able to make clear to all of us, and particularly to me, is that the threats we are facing to states and regional peace and security in West Africa is multidimensional. It has both local dimension, regional dimension, and then international dimension. And I'm going to give a quick recap before I open the floor to colleagues to make their comment. And I really want to appreciate the speakers, especially for also profiling recommendations on how we can intensify, because indeed we have been responding to some of these challenges in our various quarters, but they have, specifically preferred some practical recommendations on how we can further respond to these challenges, and of course the roles that initiative like WADEMOS could play, and what Dr. Fredlin said that really shocked me, which is something, it shocked me because it's happening in Sierra Leone, but it's not something new. I'm not hearing it for the first time. I think most of our countries, citizens are required to get a clearance or some sort of permission from the police before they could protest. And it's ridiculous. I was at a meeting organized by Civica somewhere in Cape Town or Joburg thereabout, where we were looking at Article 19 of the United Nations, I believe, and it says that it is not required. They can be notified, but definitely not for permission. There's a difference between notification and permission, but it's really sad that this is rather crossing from one country to another. And Dr. Fredlin, you also stated, and I found that quite, I haven't thought about it before, that part of the security challenges we are facing, especially where civic engagement is concerned, is that citizens, and it's actually very true, citizens are becoming more scared to get involved in civic engagement because it raises serious security questions. I remember, many years when I was still living in Nigeria, when there are protests, my father will lock the gates. So that's a security concern for him. It's not about you demanding for rights. It's not about you contributing to governance of your countries or whatever. It's just security. The same thing for elections. You agree with me, for many years now, our elections across the region has become synonymous with conflict. When there is election, citizens begin to regroup and, rearrange themselves because you don't want to get caught in the line. On elections days, except for maybe very developed world, all shops are closed. You just don't want to be what we call, what's the word now? Casualty. You don't want to be part of it. And Dr. Festus, you really, really helped us to, unpack the different angles in which these threats are coming and how states have been responding to it. I think all the speakers actually touched on violence, extremism, and terrorism. I think it's really topped the agenda from all the comments that our speakers have made. So to me, I think this is a major threat that we need to look at differently. In Nigeria, for example, I remember the start of Boko Haram. It was like joke when Boko Haram was going to start. Initially, they said their agenda was against Western education, if you remember the narrative very well. And the kidnapping of the girls and all of that. But increasingly, we could see the political dimensions of these groups making direct demands to governors, to president. If you don't do this, we're going to do that, and actually manifesting, their power in different situations. And what worries me, which the speakers have also highlighted, is the expansion of these activities despite different states' efforts. And it's really worrisome. I read a report just a few months after the military took over Mali, and that report says that more than 30% of Mali's geographical location was currently under the terrorist rule, which was way higher than what it was when IBK was in power. And I thought to myself that you would think that the military would probably counter terrorist activity the more, because, they have the command of the gun and all of that. But that wasn't the case. So it brings me to the point that I think Doc raised, that addressing terrorism requires a holistic, concerted, collective effort. State cannot do it. And we can see the manifestation. And I think you also raised an important point, which I think I've come across different forums where I've spoken, that having to get the mind of people who are continuously radicalized, especially the young people, seems to be the first way to de-radicalize this mind and let them understand the consequences and the tactics of terrorist and terrorist activities. Because in actual fact, behind that veil of a terrorist is a Kojo, or is a Shego, or somebody you know that you can place faces and names and compound to, you know, and you begin to wonder, how did we get here? And it brings me to the point that I think Festus raised earlier, talking about, and I think my sister Marcella talked about it, the level of poverty in the land will make many young people surrender and volunteer themselves to be part of it. At least when you belong to terrorist group, you are sure that your daily meals is going to come forth. Yes, you are sure that you are going to be protected, even more than when you are in your respective houses. So these are some of the issues. And Doc from WANEB, you also talked about the proliferation of small arms. Because most of the time I come in contact with these reports of terrorist activities, of banditries and kidnappers, or police arrest of one or two incidences. You get to see the kind of arms that they have access to, and you ask yourself, how did they get it? And I don't know if you've perhaps come in contact with one clips or the other released by Boko Haram, and you are wondering, how did technology get into Sambisa Forest? Who is doing it? What is the connections? And it brings me to the point you raised about transnational organized crime. These guys are well connected. They are sophisticated, and we also need to design sophisticated approach to counter them. Otherwise, we will be treating, the surface alone. I think another point that you raised, I'm not sure which of the speakers that raised it. I think it's Doc from WANEB. It's the conduct of our elections. How elections get citizens terrified, whereas it gets political elites to see another, another chance to seize power. And this has been manipulated over the years across our countries. I think another interesting point that you raised is the external factor of all of this, the geostrategic and commercial interest of our region. And I think this has become quite apparent that there is a lot, and I think it's clear the wealth of natural resources that we have in the region. You ask yourself, go to the Niger Delta of Nigeria. The West don't leave. No, they are there. So how do we ensure that what brings external actors into our region and they feel safe also contributes to our own safety and stability? Okay, this is important. And the competing interest of external actors, China, Russia. I understand that Russia moved into Mali at the exit of France and all of that. You can see the interests are diverse, and all of this, if not well managed in-house, contribute and deepen our security, challenges. I love the point you made about climate change and, of course, the consequences of bad governance and its nexus to security issues. I don't want to belabor the point that Mr. William made, really unpacking the different dimensions of violence, extremism, and ways in which we can counter them. And I think Mariam, the point you made about instituting laws that are ungovernable laws. I should put it that way. And it brings me to the point you also raised around, some of the policies that our government are chunking at, retrogressive policies, which has really affected, civil society, especially, I know in the effort of the state to protect, the state and citizens, and under the disguise also of responding, of countering terrorist activities and money laundering. mean, many states have been chunking out a lot of policies and, that represses, civil society and its engagement and its work across the region. I remember a couple of months ago, I was in the office of my brother here in Niger, and he was telling me about a decree, February decree, that states that civil society cannot be registered except they first exist as associations for 5 years. So even your registration, your association, you're coming together, before you even respond to issues, is being policed by the state. So these are concerns. So as we are looking at the external, supposedly big security concerns, the terrorists and violent extremism and climate change, what about the internal, the local security concerns that are being championed by our leaders? Using state resources, using the executive powers, using the legislature to really push this threat to us. So I think I'm going to leave it here, and I'm going to open the floor. I will want us to be quite crisp in our comments, and as much as possible, I would really want us to think through recommendations. We have heard from our speakers that the state cannot respond to these challenges alone. They are multidimensional, they are sophisticated, and we also need to chunk out, recommendations and actions that would match up. So,
where do you want me to go first?
Okay,
you're the moderator. Where do you want me to go first?
I think let's start from the right.
Okay. Please, when you are speaking, we're really running out of time, and you just bear with us so we can manage the time for everyone to include their thoughts. Right? 30 seconds, please. And I tend to sometimes be an African dictator. Forgive me. 30 seconds. I'm a benevolent one. So what we're going to do, please be a little slow so that the interpreters can interpret.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Abigail Labi. I work with the Media Foundation for West Africa. So I have a question for the rep from the UN Office for West Africa and the Sahel. And it's as simple as to ask the extent to which the office, is looking at, and perhaps also to WANEP, is looking at the cyber security bit of violent extremism. Because in all of this conversation, I do not see social media and the conversation around social media coming out so strongly. But at the foundation, for instance, we keep getting the questions about, so what is happening? I was in a Tech Against Terrorism conference recently, and they were talking about the role Telegram, WhatsApp platforms are playing, that people are holding conferences that are fueling violent extremism on these platforms. I don't know what whether your office is also picking up these things from your monitoring, whether WANEP has also picked these things up, and whether we can do something about them as we go into elections. For instance, in Ghana, there are conversations about international players like Russia coming into our terrain when it comes to issues of disinformation and misinformation and all. So I don't know, but it's a question to find out what their office is also doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kwesi Jonah, and I work for the Institute for Democratic Governance based here in Accra. Very simple question. In all the conversations, probably it's Mariam who raised this question about the youth and also the women. I was very pleasantly surprised when I read from Ghana's Population and Housing Census for last year, 2021, that 57% of the people of Ghana are under the age of 25. Now, this means by the time you get to age 35, which is the upper limit of youth, you have 60-something% of the people now. The thing about this huge youth bulge is that the young people of today, unlike their counterparts 30 years ago, they have education. Some of them have skills. They have talent. They have energy. What they don't have is jobs, income, opportunity, and hope. These are the very people who are recruited into terrorism and so on and so forth. So, what is the policy of individual West African governments and, of course, the regional organizations towards this very huge, significant portion of our population who are in danger of probably being recruited into terrorist activity and so on and so forth? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kweku Act. I have a collective called OWL. I'm an artist and a learning and development specialist. And listening to this commentary, it can feel very overwhelming to even begin to wonder what can one do to impact. And yesterday, some of you may have seen the performance by two dancers who are from here in Ghana, who are both under 30, and who wouldn't normally tell their story. And sometimes I wonder if it's just about having people know their value that gives them agency to speak up. And I wonder how we can do more to get individuals, especially young people in the villages, in our places all over the world, to have a more understanding of what they can actually do, what their value is. So that's my exploration.
Okay, last one from this side.
Hello. So mine is not so far from what my colleague just said. My question is, we have the fourth estate, which is the media, and I wanted to know what is the role of the media in all this, in terms of maybe advocating, helping to advocate, to conscientize the youth and the other persons that are joining these terrorist groups.
It's your panel, ma'am.
The first one was directed to Mr. Yeah, so if you can take that, that would be great.
Yes, thank you very much for the question on cybersecurity. Yes, social media indeed plays a very key role when it comes to recruitment into violent extremism, whether at the national level or at the regional level. But you see, if you look at the communities that are most vulnerable, when it comes to technology, they are quite deficient. And so most of the issues that actually motivate those vulnerable communities for being recruited are the governance and the economic issues. And sometimes even the behavior and actions of state agencies like the military and the police even pushes most of these communities to join violent extremist groups. Sometimes, I mean, there's a debate about whether people get radicalized before they eventually join violent extremism. And there are others who also say that people don't get radicalized. People join because they want revenge against their communities by the state actors. So in the areas that are most vulnerable, the governance and the economic issues are very critical. But of course, social media plays a very key role.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I was actually coming to you, Madam. You did share some detailed information about the situation in Sierra Leone, linking it to the question around, the digital space and cybersecurity and all of that. How did disinformation escalate the situation in Sierra Leone? Because I know increasingly we are talking about, and it's true, via social media, Facebook and the likes. I remember, I think a couple of maybe years ago, people began to share very old videos of communal conflicts. And if you hadn't seen it before, it actually makes it look like it happened yesterday. And people were reacting, and manifestations began to happen at different parts of the countries. How did that play out in Sierra Leone?
No, thank you for the question. I want to piggyback on what you said in terms of who has access to hate speech or who has access to this. So we ran a study, Institute for Governance Reform, we ran a study just last month that showed us that 35% of citizens said that they had heard hate speech. So you hear that, 3 in 10, just over 3 in 10 citizens. Of that, 31% were women, 39% men. So you see already, when we talk about gender misinformation, we talk about gender and access, that women have less access to men, to phones and to social media. So you had more men than women that had heard hate speech. Of this, 53% are heard between the ages of 25 to 44. So it's younger men as well. And then on top of that, 57% said that hate speech was heard in social media. And then finally, a majority of people who said they had access to hate speech are those in urban areas. So whilst it's true that most people don't have access, when you look at the numbers in Sierra Leone, we see that those who have access, young, men, and in urban areas. That's a very combustible combination. And so one of the things that we saw, a lot of these social media things are coming from even outside of the country. So people who aren't in there sending these diasporans, sending messages. I saw, comments on social media saying, you're sitting quietly and prettily out there and sending inflammatory things into the country. So the point I want to make is that whilst most of our communities are disenfranchised when it comes to access to social media, access to internet, it's a problem that we have to be aware of, because those who do have the access are the so-called troublemakers. And we talk about youth and how youth are unemployed, how youth have no money, and what might be some of the drivers of discontent. So these are things that we need to take into account for policymakers.
Thank you so much. Because of our time, I'll come back to the two speakers. Let's take questions from this side so we can address it once and for all.
Thank you very much again to the speakers. As I was sitting and listening, I was thinking very radically. And radically in terms of how we really address impunity. Because all of what we're talking boils down to the issues of impunity. And we cannot talk about the threats to peace and security, the issues around social justice, without talking about the issues around corruption. Some years ago, I was watching the news, and I saw on the news a minister in Singapore was jailed for almost 20 years for just accepting a favor from a businessman for his family and himself. And that, in our part of the country, the impunity around corruption has really reached crescendo level, and we need to do something about it. So I'm thinking, now, instead of going to the ICC, is it possible for a group like Wadimos to begin to organize around engaging ECOWAS, the regional bodies, to think through a structural system that would really go beyond just taking our state members to the ECOWAS courts or the AU courts, but to follow up that with punishment for crimes that has to do with humanity. Because at the end of the day, our younger people are dying. We're losing the next generation. The second one is the issues around intergenerational and transgenerational dialogue. Our young people are disconnected from the struggles and from the values of the forefathers and from even all of us. So how do we begin to think through the creation or the intensification of a platform that opens opportunity for transgenerational and intergenerational dialogue on the values, transferring the values of the forefathers and ourselves to our young people?
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I am Matthias Yene, and I work for the Institute for Research and Democratic Development in Liberia. I'm IRED. I thought to ask this also from a radical standpoint. We have had, I think one of our problems or our threats to our democracy in West Africa is the parliament. I must be clear first. Is the parliament. Our government use the parliament to abuse the laws in their favor. What is it that we can do, probably as civil society? Can we redefine democracy in an African context, looking at all of the issues we've raised so far, so that it addresses this? Because African leaders are different kinds of leaders.
Thank you. Please, let's make it quite brief, please. Questions, comments?
Bonjour. Niketing Jara du Centre d'assistance et de promotion des droits humains Mali. Alors,
I have two quick questions. Now, in the States, security is a matter that is reserved for the state, for the government. But we know that fighting against violent extremism, we know that there are a lot of things that the government loses. This is the case in Mali, in Niger, in Burkina Faso, and various other countries. Now, how do we ensure that civil society organizations are involved, but rather play a key role in guaranteeing security for states, even if this is an area that is reserved for the government? Secondly, I know WANEP is involved in data collection pertaining to the early warning, the ECOWAS early warning system. I think this early warning system is a very important mechanism to guarantee security for countries. Data collecting, treating, and process leads to a result that is given to ECOWAS. Now, how do we ensure that CSOs are able to have access to process data that is made available for countries or even ECOWAS? Because I believe with this document or data, CSOs will be able to advocate to ensure security of countries. Thank you very much. Mine is not a question. A question is more of a contribution. I am from Niger. I think a speaker mentioned that terrorism is gaining ground. I agree, and I believe it all turns around governance and bad governance to say. Today in Mali, in Niger, or even Burkina Faso, we have the figures. Statistics are clear. Officials have laundered money that was supposed to be used for the well-being of the people. We have military men on the front line, and we even see officials, government officials, taking away their money. They do so by investing all this money in real estate. Now, aside bad governance, we have stigma. We have stigma within ethnic groups. Let me take, for instance, the Fulani group. We have a certain kind of mistrust within the Fulani people towards military people. As a reason, young people see their parents killing others, and they have no other choice than joining terrorist groups. Today, we have territories that are no more under the control of Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. And in these areas, terrorist groups collect tax. This is a breeding ground for them to continue their activities, and they are able to do drug trafficking. They have revenue with which they pay the young ones they radicalize. Fourth point, schools are closed in these areas. I'm still using the case of Niger. We have over 90,000 children that are not in school. And in this figure, half of 50% are young girls that will be married early. Just like Mariam said, we don't have the Katiba group. Our young ones go in there, they just do so because they are out of jobs. So the Katibas are the one who can marry our young girls, and they will be able to recruit the parents of these young girls in order to have some kind of cover or backing. Somebody mentioned about corruption and impunity. I believe as civil society actors, we need to ensure that we manage our budgets very well. Let me use the example of YMO. We have a code of transparency in YMO, and states or government needs to inform everyone ahead of time. Today in provisions, we have nothing on education, we have no budget on health, everything pertains to security, and we have a military approach that is not working. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. The previous speaker mentioned some of the key points I wanted to raise, but I think we didn't dwell much on decentralization. I think the public power is more centralized in Africa, and the development is really in the hands of our leaders. People, the government, rather they want to develop their areas. That's where they implant schools, and that's where they do a lot of projects. And areas where we have mining resources, they are nothing there. It's just use of these resources. Leaders and heads of states fight to be able to have power just to be able to focus on the development of one region they prefer. I believe as civil society actors, we need to work to ensure that a major part of the government is decentralized. With this, we'll have a local government within the communities, and we'll be able to give a certain form of autonomy. I heard about budgeting, and we can ensure that there is participative budgeting. We need to decentralize things so that elections start at the local level. If the heads are elected at the local level, they will have some form of autonomy. So the person at the higher level can modify or change the law anyhow he wants, but it won't affect the local level. We have some areas in our country where we've never seen any form of tarred road. How do you expect people to travel 10 kilometers to be able to go to school? Imagine the frustrations. This is where everything starts, much less of frustrations in some ethnic groups like the Fulani. I believe all these issues can be addressed if we have effective decentralization. This is at least something we can do to ensure that decentralization is effective.
All right. Thank you so much. We have, I think, more of comments than questions. So I will just retreat them very quickly, and then we can give our last round of comments and responses as speakers. But something dawned on me, and I'm going to come back to Doc very quickly. In your submission and statement, we actually did not establish the connections between religious intolerance and how that fall insecurity and threat to peace in our region, and it's very, very huge. I mean, taken from where I come from, I mean, there are a couple of states in Nigeria that if you hear conflicts or any kind of crisis, you must know it has religious undertone, you know, religious intolerance, interfaith crisis, and ethnic crisis as well. I thought I should raise that. But I'm going to start from Mariam this time, and then we'll end it with Doc. You have the mic, or you can use mine. This also will be your last comment, so that we can round up.
Yes, quick, français. Il parlait des jeunes, du fait que les jeunes n'ont pas d'espoir.
And the lack of hope for the youth and the lack of revenue. I mentioned it in my remarks. You know, majority of youth, children and women, those who are less privileged. You have some funds available for them, funds for the promotion of youth, for youth employment. All these funds are being embezzled or misused. So until we have this mismanagement of those funds, we won't have, those projects won't yield the expected results. So I think that Ouagadougou, and as we just say, to get involved in advocacy campaigns and to fight for resource mobilization for youth development and for youth employment, for instance. It's also, what is also important is that as youth, even in our urban regions, you have some parts where people don't have access to water, to electricity. And so you can imagine being a youth and in this modern age, not being able to access energy to recharge your phone, to have access to potable water. These are all questions, basic questions or basic needs that should be satisfied. And terrorists use all these lacks to build their rhetorics. You know, if a citizen in our countries has to buy, for instance, the national identity card or to pay very expensive amount to have access to basic needs, terrorists will convince them that they can offer them better. And in my country, we have a radicalized group already, and they are able to, you know, radicalize more people, and they don't need much effort. The process is has been so made easy. And the main reason that entices the youth is poverty. I had a chat with some youth in the northern part, and you see some of them with their weapon, and they'll ask you $2 to make this tea. There's a kind of tea that we make over there. They don't have that money, and they have their weapon by themselves, and that means they are ready to accept any amount to go on the street or to the major roads and then to play some improvised engines, explosive engines. And I must tell you that these people or these youth receive millions of CFA to embark on such actions. And today it will be so difficult to propose a job to these youth that will pay them more than what the terrorist groups are proposing. Also, to conclude, civil society has to work together. We need a legal framework, etc. But we have to talk about the legitimacy of the civil society. In my intervention, I made mention of all these weaknesses that we have to strengthen.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks so much. I think Wademos is listening carefully because the solution is here. And we can't leave this place without that solution. When Mariam was talking about the youth, I was just laughing based on, I was smiling based on an experience we had in one of the consultations we're having, and we had all the youth representatives. I think it was a political party, and the gentleman stands up and introduces himself as the youth leader, and it just happened that he was 47. So we were asking, how is this happening? And he made it very clear to us, well, in his context, well, he felt like a youth and he was defending the cause of the youth. That was a very interesting experience, I think. And when we mention youth in such gatherings, it's also good for us to put that in the right context so that it doesn't get diluted. Just quickly to two issues. One on the whole cyber security, cyberspace discourse. It's a very interesting one that our sister asked. The thing is, it's a discussion that is happening now within the sphere of intelligence. Intelligence at the state, international levels, between intergovernmental security organizations, which means that if you're not in there, you really don't know what is happening. There's a lot of monitoring happening now, but that information is really kept under wraps and is only shared within very restricted circles. So that if, for those of us who are outsiders, it makes it extremely difficult to know what's happening in that space. I say this because at some point, we're privileged to be part of a meeting with a very prominent international security organization. And when this issue was raised, yes, they did admit that they are closely following the issue, but it's not an area where you can easily get into as civil society or even at some multilateral organizations like ours. So I think it's just important, it's intelligence, and it's mostly based on bilateral relationships, and at times we're not just privy to that. So it's a key point you raised there. The other thing is, and we struggle at times with this, how do you create the balance between the freedom of expression and certain actions of states to curtail some of these rights in terms of suspending the internet, in terms of even monitoring individuals. Our states do that, monitoring the actions of individuals. And there's always that complexity of creating that balance. But I may not have the solutions here, but I think it's worthwhile resurfacing that. And the last thing is to join Mariam also on the issue of civil society. Our brother asked, how could civil society be involved in securing the state? I think there's something critical to say here. We must look at, and this joins Maria's point, we must look at building the trust between civil society and the state. What we are seeing, we have examples where there are member states in this region that really consider civil society as, not working in the interest of the state. In some cases, they even say civil society is the opposition. How do you really move from that to build back this trust? Because without that, it's going to be extremely difficult to start engaging the state on very minor issues, not to talk of the issue of security where it's already a closed door. So you're right, Mariam, I fully agree with you. We need to start thinking of that level, that type of engagement with government or with states or with authorities that shows that civil society has a value add to this discussion. And I think what we're seeing also is that there's some sort of some openness developing in the security sector where there's a recognition that we cannot do this alone. We need help from the other actors in the countries. And this could be just the ideal moment for civil society, for Wademos. Again, we come back to you to get into that space and try to inject some of the energy you have and find the right solutions. So again, thanks very much for bringing us into this space. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Let's give it to Doug. Yeah. Thank you again. It's really been a pleasure to be on this panel. I just want to conclude, I think, drawing on Mariam's point about the importance of, as we think of these issues, localizing, contextualizing, and correspondingly tailoring our approaches to the contextualized, to the actual context that we see. So Mariam talked about women and violent extremism, and there's been this whole discussion about moving away from seeing women as victims in violent extremism to their role as agents and actors as well. And I think that's something that we need to take seriously. We talk about it, but have we really moved to that? So there's a study by ISS that looked at how women actually joined, some women, it's not the majority for sure, but you had women who were recruited citing reasons like it was a means of protection within high insecurity contexts, a way for them to gain a measure of protection and safety. Revenge, where women who had lost loved ones through defense and security forces, or the DOZO, provided information on the whereabouts of these groups because they wanted revenge. So you have this in addition to traditional modes of recruitment like coercion by family members and kidnapping of women. So thinking about that, thinking also of the roles that women play. Yes, you have the traditional reproductive roles, that women are washerwomen, women are the cooks and things like that. But they also saw how women were used to recruit into these organizations. Women, as we saw in our civil war in Sierra Leone, that you have women who functioned as fighters. You had women whose marital and familial relationships meant that they joined these groups and stayed there. So thinking about this, it helps us to rethink our strategies and contextualize. So coming back to this issue, how do we contextualize these strategies? So as civil society actors, and hopefully again the role for WADEMOS, is to think, what do we need to do? If women are being enticed, if women are going into these spaces because they have family members that are in there, if they want to leave, can we make it a policy where women know that if they leave, they will be welcomed? If they can come out of these with their husbands, they will not be ostracized. Can we rethink more punitive measures? Can we think, really engage with the idea that one size does not fit all, and the idea of intersectionality, that when we talk of women, we're not monolithic. Rich women might face different problems from women with disabilities, women who have no education. So how do we make sure we don't think of youth and women as homogeneous, but design programs and interventions that are tailored to their specific experiences? And then finally, thinking about the role of the state. We've demonized the state quite a bit, I think, in our discussions, but the state will always be with us. And one of the things that we've found as IGRs, how do you incentivize the state to take on board some of the issues and problems that you have? So how do we make sure that we work with the state to say, can you come up with policies that address the issues that we're seeing? Can we then monitor the state and monitor the state's implementation of those policies, drawing attention where the state is failing? So serving as a friendly enemy, so to speak. You're there, pinching them, but making sure that they stay on top, but then incentivizing them to do that, because maybe, if you do this, people might vote for you again. Just finding ways to get them to do the things that we want them to do, and ways for us to hold them accountable properly. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Yes, and finally, Doc.
Okay, thank you very much. I think most of the issues have already been highlighted, so I want to end by commenting on the issue on early warning. I think that most of the issues we are talking about, the early warning data abounds. For us as WANEP, we are known for our early warning mechanisms in support of African Union and also ECOWAS. And most of the time, you see that you provide the early warning information to the appropriate authorities to respond, but the political will and the capacities of state institutions and even communities to respond to some of these early warning issues is one of the major issues that we are confronted with. Yesterday, I wasn't here because I was in the Upper East region of Ghana, just the border with Burkina Faso, supporting the National Peace Council to train community leaders on how they can identify early warning signs and also respond to complement the actions of the state. And it will interest you to know that most of the early warning signs are already there. But who to talk to, how to even respond to some of the signs that as a community they can respond instead of relying on the state. They don't even have that enlightenment. So whilst we look at the state to respond to all the issues that we've raised, we also need to appreciate the fact that the state also has some limitations. So how do we build capacities of our citizens and communities as civil society to also complement that of the state in order to respond to some of the early warning signs of the security challenges that we've mentioned in the region. So thank you very much, and I'll pause here.
Okay, I think we should give our speakers a round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Like I said at the beginning, I was quite worried about how we're going to unpack the different security challenges to peace and security in the region. But you can see our able speakers have been able to bring us to these states where our thoughts are being provoked and recommendations have been made, and even roles have been assigned to an initiative like WADAMAS. So in terms of going forward, and I'm really happy, I think the next section is going to provide more information on some of the structures that we have within WADAMAS, because you may be asking, how is WADAMAS going to respond to climate change, responding to violence, extremism, respond to gender-based violence and radicalization and all of that. I think the task will go down to the different thematic groups within the WADAMAS networks. But some points for us to take away, which we need to work on, not only for WADAMAS, but I believe for each and every one of us in our respective countries, is that not supporting or engaging in good governance is actually more costly for every one of us. Where there is bad governance, corruptions, states manipulations, citizens would get a way around it and see how they can find their survivor. And if that survivor takes them to terrorist groups or radicalization, then we will all have the consequences to bear. So every effort we need to make to reduce poverty and impoverishment of our people, it's something that we need to do. And this will also help us to address the issues of grief and grievances. At the point around the need for us to start talking more and acting more on jobs for youth. And it's really important because as it stands, I think Dr. Jonas was giving us some data there, the percentage of African population that are currently below the age of 35. And I want to use this opportunity to implore every one of us in our respective organizations to create spaces for youth, internship, volunteership, let them be engaged one way or the other. And the conversation around our legal frameworks, it's important. We need to look at that. I mean, I believe we have learned a lot, and we have been taxed with a lot of responsibilities. I want to thank the speakers again, just to be a kind and nice moderator. Dr. Festus Kofi is the regional coordinator for research and capacity building at WANEP. Thank you so much. Dr. Fredlin Cormac Hale is the research and policy director at Institute for Governance Reform in Sierra Leone. Thank you so much. Mr. William Nvongo is the senior human rights advisor at UNOWAS and the Sahel. Thank you so much. And Mariam Diallo is the executive director of leadership and development of Urban Mali. Thank you so much. And my name is Omolara Balogun. I work with WACSI.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Omolara, and our panelists. Thank you for your kind attention. It's lunch time. The lunch will hold at the hotel restaurant.
Thank you.